Good afternoon and welcome to the May 5th, 2021 public meeting of the Board of Education. I'm the board president, Melissa Ellis. This meeting is being televised live on AECPS TV and streamed live on AECPS's YouTube channel. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of today's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The board attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The limited public format of this meeting of the Board of Education is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor's and county executives' various executive orders limiting public gatherings. Consistent with the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this meeting includes an alternative accessibility feature that the Open Meetings Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved, such as broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to agenda items to be filed with the board office and considered by the board. The board attorney has opined that the modified public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and provides appropriate opportunity to observe the conduct of the board's public business, consistent with prevailing best practices during this emergency situation, and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. As the legal and health parameters evolve and as reopening measures are implemented, this board will continue to review and revise our meeting procedures to balance our public business obligations with best safety practices. Please pause for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will do a roll call of board members, beginning with Mr. Silkworth.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Schalheim.
Here.
Ms. Frank. Dr. Tobin. Ms. Corkadell.
Present.
Ms. Antwine. Great. Now item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion or any discussion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Do I have consensus to approve the minutes? No dissent? All right, minutes have been approved. Establish of agenda order. Do I have any?
Motion to adopt the agenda as printed.
Okay, someone has a mic on and might not realize it. Okay, so do I have consensus to adopt the agenda order? No dissent? All right. The agenda is adopted as written. The president's update today, I simply want to take a moment to acknowledge our amazing educators, as this is Teacher Appreciation Week. So for anyone who is not aware, please take the opportunity to reach out to your students' teachers and show your appreciation for all that they're doing for your students. Item 2.06, recognitions. I believe we have none today. 2.07, Educator of the Month is Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Ellis. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. While we only focus on one teacher this afternoon, we have tremendous gratitude for all our teachers in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Thank you for all that you have done over the last year and continue to do for our students. Edmund Jim Guest serves the students of Van Bocklin Elementary School. He is an e-coach, which means he develops unified and productive methods for teachers to initiate virtual learning for students. He has taken the time to build fun and interesting lessons that motivate our students to engage, participate, and learn. Mr. Guest uses coaching strategies and provides clear and useful information for the staff of Van Bocklin to support students in virtual learning. His methods have helped to help teach students online with great ease. He is readily available as a sounding board for the development of wonderful ideas and always willing to listen. And most important, help others bolster their ideas. The students at Van Bocklin love STEM and greatly appreciate their science teacher. They enjoy building backpacks out of cardboard, designing ideas on paper, or perhaps participating in a Nearpod lesson. Mr. Guest, you always build fun lessons and reward students with a positive referral or Eagle ticket, whether it is virtual or in building teaching. You are greatly appreciated in the Van Bocklin community. Jim Guest, congratulations on being chosen as this month's Educator of the Month.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
I just have to say that This doesn't happen in a bubble or in isolation. The teachers at Van Bocklin are wonderful to work with. And this recognition of me for what I do is a reflection of what all the teachers do at Van Bocklin.
Thank you, sir, for your service. President Ellis?
Next, we have employee of the. Oh. Can you hear me now? Sorry. Employee of the month, Mr. Silkworth, I believe.
Yes, thank you, President Ellis. Before I begin, I would also like to thank all of the great teachers that we have here in Anne Arundel County who work your magic each and every day. Please know that we appreciate you. So I have Stephen Andres Aquino, bilingual facilitator, Corcoran Middle School. The best thing is that he is so nice and responds right away and clearly describes the conversation he has had with our parents. He always goes above and beyond for us, and I am so thankful for his hard work and dedication to our school. Every day, he maintains a positive attitude. Everyone gets excited to see him during Google Meets, and parents and guardians are thrilled that an interpreter is present. He is respectful, courteous, and a team player. Most importantly, he is definitely a Corcoran Cardinal that rises above. Stephen Andres Aquino is an essential spoke in the wheel of Corcoran Middle School. As the bilingual facilitator, he helps the students' family members communicate with the school staff. This year, he helped during parent-teacher conferences, made countless calls and text reminders to parents about upcoming quizzes, tests, or other opportunities. He visited the homes of several students to promote attendance of our ELL students while we were virtual. He bridged the gap between teachers and parents that could never be achieved because of the language barrier. Stephen is a fabulous asset to the school community. He makes the students and their families feel connected to their school family. He even translated welcome back postcards, birthday postcards, and student of the week certificates that were being sent home. Mr. Andres Aquino, you are a fantastic liaison and have helped close the language gap in Glen Burnie. You are absolutely deserving of the Employee of the Month for May 2021. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Mr. Andres Aquino, do you have a few words you'd like to say?
Yes, thank you so much to the board and the committee for choosing me as recipient of this month's Employee of the Month award. It means a lot to me, and it's an honor to be receiving this award. I want to give a special thanks to everyone at Corcoran Middle School, especially the administration team, Mr. Zetwick, Ms. Meadows, and Mr. Ashion. Thank you so much for always supporting us and making us feel welcomed in the school environment. I would also like to give a special shout out to the other schools that I also serve. I also serve Ferndale Early Education Center, Park Elementary School, Richard Henry Lee Elementary School, and Glendale Elementary School. So special shout out to them and their wonderful teams as well. I would also like to give a special thank you to Mr. Gaston Gomez, my supervisor. Thank you so much for all your support. Thank you to the wonderful team of bilingual facilitators that serve the entire Anne Arundel County public school system. Thank you guys so much for all your support as well. To my friends and family, thank you so much if you're watching. And just everyone on the board, thank you so much for all that you have done this school year. It's been a challenge, but we've worked together and we've come this far. Thank you so much.
And thank you for the wonderful and important work you're doing for the students and
You're
families.
welcome, my pleasure.
Next, we have Volunteer of the Month, Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, good morning, and thank you to all of our fabulous educators for everything you do every day, and also especially during Teacher Appreciation Week. Empowering students through environmental outdoor experiences that connect them with the natural world and equip them with the knowledge, skills, and motivation to make responsible environmental decisions is what staff at Arlington Echo strive to achieve every day. But that cannot happen without a strong volunteer force dedicated to the same mission. Today, the Board of Education is thrilled to honor one of the center's many volunteers, Mr. Ken Zepp, as our May 2021 Volunteer of the Month. A loyal and hardworking volunteer for over 5 years, Mr. Zepp's passion for sharing his love for the outdoors is remarkable. Teacher specialist Ted Hall shared, Ken spends most of his days canoeing at the waterfront. When he's not canoeing, there is no telling what lesson he will be teaching. He knows most of the lessons we offer by heart. He goes beyond just teaching the lesson. He works to make all the students feel they are important. He takes the lessons and gives them the Ken touch, adding fun and enthusiasm to each lesson he teaches. He is selfless in his desire to bring the love of nature to the children of Anne Arundel County. Volunteer coordinator Rachel Pearson, agrees. I have greatly enjoyed hearing Ken's stories about his experiences teaching kindergartners and fourth graders. It is clear that he truly loves being one of our volunteers, and he genuinely cannot wait until the day we have students on site again. Described by teacher specialist Sheen Goldberg as adaptive and dependable and fun, Mr. Zepp is not only a gifted teacher, he is also an all-around fix-it man for Arlington Echo. Teacher specialist Jessica Letchert shared, I've found Ken fixing things around campus on his own time, and Ted Hall concurred. One day when Ken was teaching a lesson on microorganisms, he noticed the pulley we used to pull up oysters was broken. During lunch, without being asked to do so, Ken picked up a new pulley and replace the old broken one before the next lesson. Mr. Zepp, you are a great asset to Arlington Echo Environmental Literacy and Outdoor Education Center and the entire Anne Arundel County Public Schools family. We thank you for your service. Please accept the Volunteer of the Month bell and certificate as a symbol of our appreciation. I should note that Ken is unable to be with us this morning, but Rachel Pearson will be accepting on his behalf. Ms. Pearson, would you like to say some words?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Ellis and Ms. Schauheim. Thank you to the Board of Education. I cannot say enough about Ken Zepp. He shared with me a few words that had he been able to join us today, he would have been honored to share with everyone. So Mr. Zepp said, I would like to thank Ms. Rachel Pearson and Ms. Sheen Goldberg for nominating me as the May 2021 Volunteer of the Month. I sincerely appreciate their kind words and diligent efforts. It has truly been a privilege working with the faculty and staff of Arlington Echo. I have learned so much from each of them. The students, they are the motivating force behind my volunteerism at Arlington Echo. The hope that at the end of the day, when they board the bus back to their school, some of my words and actions might be on that bus as well. Thank you for this award from Ken Zepp.
And thank you for accepting on his behalf, Ms. Pearson.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here for Ken. We're honored to recognize him.
Thank you. And we are going to move on to section 3, public comments. We have one person to speak about item 4.03, the 2020-21 reopening report, Ms. Cheryl Wolf.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. During the last board meeting, Dr. Arlato proudly stated that 370 students had returned to 4-day week learning, and you all seemed happy that things were progressing. Simple math tells me that 370 students is barely 1% of the over 33,000 that have opted to return to hybrid learning. This is totally unacceptable. This community was expecting an honest effort when this board passed the motion to return as many students as possible to 4-day-a-week learning. It seems that the motion passed just so this county could check a box and report to the state that it has reopened for more days of in-person learning. And then to make matters worse and further slow this process, you reopen the survey yet again for the opportunity to return to 2-day hybrid learning. You need to focus on getting the kids back who already have expressed an interest in returning for 4 days of in-person learning. Families have had multiple chances to switch from virtual learning, and many simply don't want to, which is completely acceptable and totally their choice. But once again, the choice for those that are pleading to return for 4 days is being put to the side. At every step of this process, you have failed the thousands of students who want to be in their buildings. There just aren't many days left in this school year, and this slow rollout of your plans is incredibly frustrating and totally disappointing. Students deserve better. The mission statement of this board is to, quote, provide leadership, vision, and support, and to hold ourselves accountable for the results, end quote. Is returning 370 students to 4 days of learning holding yourselves accountable? Please do the job you were elected for. The lack of effort and apparent unwillingness to solve logistical challenges that seem to be of your own making is unacceptable. There continues to be very little transparency regarding when and who will even be invited back for more in-person learning days. The general student population is not being served. The CDC has said from the beginning that their recommendations are guidelines, not hard and fast rules. Getting kids in school is the most important goal. May 10th is this coming Monday, and if I'm not mistaken, that was the latest day given for when students would be in their buildings for 4 days. So what happens on May 10th? If my students aren't invited back, do I at least get notified of that? I literally don't even know what I'm waiting for. Every day, in fact, several times a day, I check my email and pray that there is a notification in there that my kids can return for 4 days a week of learning.
Your time has expired.
Can you please summarize?
Leaders. Thank you.
We have one person speaking on item 5.01 safety and security report, Amberly Shade.
Madam President, that speaker is not signed.
We have, same person for another report. So we will move on to item, speakers for item 7.01, renaming of George Fox Middle School, beginning with Mary Didone.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see all of you. I wish us all the best. I'm speaking to support the renaming of the George Fox School to acknowledge Sarah V. Jones, and through her, acknowledge the many teachers of color for whom schools will not be named. I'm going to name a few of them. Frances Brown taught in AACPS for 25 years, graduated from Wiley Bates High School in 45 and from Bowie State Teachers College in 49. She went into teaching to, quote, teach her people. Her daughter is Reverend Karen Johnson of First Christian Community Church. Young Miss Viola Jefferson of Calvert County had to move to Washington, D.C. to attend high school. It was the only African-American high school in the region. She then attended Minor Normal School to become a teacher. She then moved to New Jersey, where she became a domestic servant because Black women weren't allowed to be teachers. Her son, Mr. Thornell Jones, shares her story as an example of the challenges of Black students and teachers during segregation. Mary Marita Carroll graduated from Wiley Bates High School in 37, got her bachelor's degree from Maryland Normal School in 41. From 42 to 60, she taught at several AACPS segregated schools without electricity or plumbing. Ms. Carroll retired from Eastport Elementary in 83. She is the beloved elder to the Harris family of Eastport. Evola Peters came to Anne Arundel County in 63 and applied to teach music. She was told the position was filled. It was not filled. She reapplied in 65, became the first Black teacher at Overlook Elementary School. Mrs. Peters taught until 69 when she joined the Community Action Agency and has been a fixture in community service in the county since then, a fixture and an inspiration of service to generations of county residents. Alice Battle started her career at Lula G. Scott Elementary School. When the Churchton Elementary School, another segregated school, closed in 53, the two buildings were joined, the Shadyside building and the Churchton building, and became the Shadyside Elementary School, and Miss Battle became the principal.
Your time has expired.
Can you please summarize?
Yes. Hold up these names, and in the search for truth and restoration in your decision today, what will this Board of Education do to honor the full complexity, sins, and beauty of our shared history? Thank you again.
Next, we have Amaya Matarang.
All right, thank you all. Good afternoon, President Ellis, Vice President Schallheim, members of the board, and Dr. Arlato. My name is Amaya Mattering. I am a senior at Northeast High School, and I'm here today to talk about the renaming of George Fox Middle School. As a resident of Pasadena, almost my entire life, the only local history I learned was that the same Neck Park I passed my childhood summers in was once the spot KKK members met mere decades ago. The history of my personal experiences are marked by having to pick seeds out of cotton in history class at that very middle school. That precedent of my local history changed for me when I learned about Sarah B. Jones. And now you all have the chance to change the precedents for the county as she did before. Instead of relying on old precedents of naming middle schools after their high schools, like with Crofton and Old Mill, set a new precedent of commitment to the advancement of all students, to the closing of all gaps, as Mrs. Jones did by honoring her legacy. I understand there are obstacles to that, most notably that the community and George Fox staff both chose Northeast Middle School as the new name. While I respect the voice of the community and staff, this voice is not the true voice of my community. In the first round of voting, only 900 people voted. That is less than the number of students at George Fox alone, much less the parents in the Northeast cluster whose children will be directly affected by this change in the years to come. The voices of the staff are again a numerical minority for the voice of our people. However, through my experience, the staff does not represent the students in other ways, considering I never had a Black teacher until my sophomore year of high school. Finally, the gravity of this decision is with the students, not the staff. My teacher has always said, it is the scholar that makes the school, not the school that makes the scholar. As a student in this position to make a difference in my school, I urge you all to rename George Fox Middle School Sarah V. Jones Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Carl Snowden.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Caucus of African American Leaders, and I want to thank the Board of Education for two things. One, thank you for appointing a committee to look at renaming the school, George Fox Middle School. The quote that was attributed to the first superintendent of schools really was an indication of the long systemic racism that existed when the late George Fox made the statement that the worst white teacher is better than the best Black teacher. It said volumes. And the vote that you guys decided to take to rename the school really sent a strong message to this community. It was a message that said that that kind of racism will not be tolerated and that this Board of Education wants to stand for equality. So I want to join with the NAACP, the United Black Clergy, SURGE, and other organizations in the community in urging you to rename the school. I join with those who are requesting that the school be named after Sarah Jones. And I would strongly recommend that you consider doing that, because by doing that, you too will be sending a message. Lastly, I want to ask that you join us on May 17th. Dr. Arlato has agreed to participate in a very important discussion. It will be 67 years since Brown versus Topeka, 67 years since we have attempted to create equality for all students in America. Dr. Arlato has agreed to be part of a discussion, and I want to invite all of the board members to please attend that discussion. You'll be getting a formal invitation to attend. Again, it's Monday, May 17th, 6:00 p.m. Madam President, board members, thank you for this opportunity to participate.
Thank you. Next, we have Jacqueline Alsop.
Good afternoon, President Ellis and members of the school board. I'm Jacqueline Boone Alsop, president of the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP. My own educational history includes segregation until the 12th grade, when I became a part of the integrated graduating class at Glen Burnie High School in 1966. This history of segregation and seeing Black teachers and students as less capable leaves scars for generations, financial scars and emotional scars, as well as persistent disparities. We cannot remedy these scars if we do not speak of these in existence and the harm that has been done. The board has publicly proclaimed that Black Lives Matter. You have initiated the joint initiative to eliminate the opportunity gap. You have voted to rename George Fox Middle School. Today, as you vote on the outcome of the renaming, we ask you to go and take a step towards healing by naming that school to recognize Sarah V. Jones, the first superintendent of the separate but not equal Black schools under Superintendent George Fox. As stated by Ms. Meyer Mannering, a student of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, wrote in the Capital Gazette, and I quote, "Whether you're a student in the Northeast High Cluster like me, a student in county schools, a parent whose child this decision will impact, or just a resident of the county, this decision impacts you as a symbol of our local history. We encourage you to take this opportunity and every opportunity to help our healing by recognizing the heroes of our stories, like Sarah V. Jones. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak."
Thank you. Next, we have Lily Caldwell. Ms. Caldwell?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of renaming the George Fox Middle School to Sarah V. Jones Middle School. I'm a lifetime resident of Anne Arundel County and was educated in the Anne Arundel County public school system. I am a product of segregated systems that persisted during that time, but I can proudly attest that because of Miss Sarah V. Jones, I had teachers who were highly trained in subject matter, understood the effective teaching strategies, and appropriate methods for working with students who were gifted, average, or may have had challenges. Mrs. Jones was the only supervisor of all Rosenwald schools in Anne Arundel County. She inspired Black teachers throughout the county to be the best, and the teachers in turn inspired their students to be the best. Despite the disparities she had to endure, Ms. Jones had the tenacity to not give up on her teachers, nor the generations of Black students in whom she had faith could achieve the highest potential through education. Sarah V. Jones has left a legacy that should not be left only to the memories of those who knew her, but should be memorialized so that her history is shared and so that those who followed in her footsteps will feel a sense of pride and belonging. I, like hundreds of others, aspired and became educators ourselves, while others ventured into other professional walks of life, from artists to politicians, serving in Anne Arundel County as well in other parts of the country. I humbly ask you to please help save a part of Anne Arundel County's rich history by supporting the renaming of George Fox Middle School to Sarah V. Jones Middle School. Thank you very much and for this support.
Thank you. Linda Davis?
Yes, hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I am writing and speaking to encourage you to change the process for renaming the George Fox Middle School and to name the school the Sarah V. Jones Middle School. The previous speakers have stated it very well. This is a name choice that will honor Sarah V. Jones, an African-American educator who brought excellence to the education and the futures of African-American students in Anne Arundel County despite segregation. As a white person who grew up in Pasadena and attended Anne Arundel County Public Schools, Bayview Middle School and Chesapeake High School, I believe it is important for everyone to learn about all aspects of American history and all historical figures, not just the white ones. In Anne Arundel County Public Schools, I did not learn about any African American people from Maryland other than Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass. Children and adults need to learn who Sarah V. Jones was and that she was the supervisor of colored schools under George Fox and David Jenkins from 1926 to 1964. From this fact, we can gather that the schools in Anne Arundel County were still segregated well after the 1954 Brown v. Board of Education decision. In fact, schools in Anne Arundel County did not integrate until 1966, 12 years after this Supreme Court decision. We need to learn and acknowledge the whole story and that there were African American people such as Sarah V. Jones who achieved great things despite many obstacles and who made a big difference in Anne Arundel County. When we learn and acknowledge the whole story, and when the experience of every member of the community has a place in our history, we can move forward collectively as a community. Renaming George Fox Middle School the Sarah V. Jones Middle School will go a long way toward helping us achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jaden Ferris.
Madam President, that speaker is not signed in.
Jamie Herman Kugnet.
Nay.
So sorry, I knew I wasn't going to get that right.
Good afternoon, Dr. Arlotto, President Ellis, Vice President Schelheim, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the renaming of George Fox Middle School. My name is Jamie Herman Kugnet, and you may remember that I appeared before you in March as a member of the Historical Committee. I am also the Vice President of the PTSA at George Fox and the PIAC member for the Northeast Cluster. I appreciate all that you have done to allow our community to choose the name of the school by vote. Our community was originally not all in favor of the name change. I learned that very quickly after the vote was made. But once our stakeholders began to nominate and then vote on the name change, the community came together to start to create our own legacy. The name Northeast Middle unites the school cluster community as a whole and was chosen by a majority of the votes cast. Northeast Middle was by far the highest vote getter in both rounds of voting. Children throughout our cluster were able to vote and decide with their families about what the new name should be. Allowing the community to come together through the nomination and voting changed the way that many originally looked at the change. I sincerely thank you for that. On behalf of our community, I ask that you vote today to officially change the name of George Fox Middle to Northeast Middle. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Fitzpatrick.
I'm here.
Yes.
So, hi. Good afternoon, Dr. Lardo, President Ellis, and board members. I am Bonnie Fitzpatrick. I'm the PTASA president of George Fox Middle School, and I am in full support of the school being changed to Northeast Middle as voted by our community and students. As being the PTA president, I can tell you it's very hard to get people to volunteer and actually take time in their day to actually do anything, which made me feel really good when people actually voted for this, because it's very hard to get people to join and want to do things for the community in the community. Our students and staff, they all voted, and after 2 nominations, Northeast Middle won by an overwhelming margin. And in my opinion, I don't think schools should be named after any person, because years later, we might have to change it again. I believe in schools should be named from where they are or by numbers as they do in New York. It just makes things a lot easier, and then we don't have to change it again. And being a parent of a biracial child, I don't think we should pick one race over the other to name. Just don't name it. And it's if we don't do this and we don't go by the votes, people aren't going to vote or ever do anything for us again, or the community as a whole will never do anything. All they will do is complain and never want to vote. They always say this. I hear it in PTA meetings all the time. What's the point of voting whenever we vote, it never gets changed, or the principal or the school board does something else? This is a time for us to make the community know that we care about their decisions and that we give a crap, about what they feel in this community. And the children were really excited to vote for a name. I myself voted for a different name, but I feel like if the community and the children voted for this and it won twice, that's what it should be. Sarah V. Jones was on the list and only received 2 votes. If this was the overwhelming margin, why didn't more people vote for this name? And I just think going against the school community would teach all the kids, especially my son, who's an 8th grader and leaving this year out of that middle school, why would they want to vote again and that their voices don't matter? They were really excited to get into this and leave their legacy. We don't even know right now if our kids are George Fox, being promoted from George Fox or being promoted from wherever. We can't even make stuff for the 8th graders because we have no idea what the name of the school is going to be at the end of the year when they're promoted. So that's why I feel we need to do something, and having another name is not going to work in my opinion and lots of other people's opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. Shiloh Shasher,
Madam President, that speaker is not signed in.
have the other two, either one, joined us?
They have not.
Okay, so that concludes our live public comment. The board received 3 written public comments, one on item 4.02 literacy and 2 on 7.01, the renaming of the school. And then there were 9 additional that were received after the cutoff. Okay. Oh, so we're going to break briefly to switch our tech. So just hang tight. We'll just be a couple minutes here.
their capital budget, their operating budget.
And we're back. For section 4 of our agenda, we're going to begin with item 4.01, County Executive's recommended fiscal year 2022 operating and capital budgets. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. We've got members of the team that are going to walk you through some of the documents that you have before you now that we have the county executive this past Friday released his budget, and this is our first analysis at that work. Mr. Sheknovich.
Thank you and good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations.
Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities.
And it's our pleasure to provide you with an overview of the county executive's recommendations. As you recall, this Board of Education passed its budget request in February, and it was transmitted to the county no later than March. The county executive's office has had between March and April 30th of this year to review not just the Board of Education's request, but all of the component units of government, and then naturally all of the departments that directly report to the county executive. The culmination of their efforts was the release of the county executive's budget on the morning of Friday, April 30th. We have spent since then analyzing the budget and tying the budget as proposed by the county executive to the board's budget, and that is what we intend to present today. As has been our practice in the past, Madam President, if you agree, we would propose to first cover the operating budget and then possibly take a brief pause to allow you and your colleagues to ask any questions, et cetera. And then once you're comfortable with that, we will see the capital budget and we'll transition over, the operating budget, and we'll transition to a capital budget overview.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so as we have always done, the exhibit before you then is sort of a one-page distillation, a side-by-side comparison that juxtaposes the request that was put forth by the Board of Education at its last meeting in February, and that put forward by the county executive just this past Friday. And we will go through it in some detail. We'll begin with the revenue side of the equation, and then we'll move over to the expense side of the equation. So in the revenue side, our revenue is typically divided between unrestricted and restricted components. So we'll cover the unrestricted first. On the federal side, the county executive's budget matches the proposal or the request put forward by the Board of Education. You'll see that there actually is no increase in the federal revenue, and they are a very small funding source in the county's overall budget. On the state side, the county executive's budget, again, is a match for what we anticipate receiving in unrestricted revenue from the state, $840.6 thousand. On the county budget side, you'll see then that there is a difference. The budget that was put forward by the Board of Education requested of the county government approximately $69.9 million of contribution. The budget recommended by the county executive has approximately $34.5 million worth of county funding. It is important to note that it does exceed the maintenance of effort amount, which was approximately $18.7 million this year. So the 30.5 number is north of the 18.7 million. So there's no issues in terms of compliance or disputes with the state. The last two lines there, the Board of Education's budget did show a revenue reduction that we knew was coming in terms of local funding, almost solely attributable to the interest income environment, right? There's been a very drastic downturn in terms of interest-bearing instruments. But in addition to that, there's also curtailment of rental activities, sale of scrap, things like that. So we believed, and the county executive's budget analysts also concur, that we would see about a $2.3 million reduction in our own local abilities to support our own budget. As a result of that, in order to have a balanced budget and not have to do $2.3 million worth of cuts, we have to offset that either through a contribution from the county, which did not come to fruition, or us self-funding that through an increase, a purposeful and deliberate increase in our fund balance accumulation in the FY21 year that can then be applied to the FY22 budget. And that is exactly the strategy or the tactic that's put forth within the county executive's recommendation, is that we will be reliant on our own resources to come up with that additional $2.3 million to allow us to balance the budget and tie together the bottom line. So at the bottom line on the unrestricted side, where our request depicted a $68.4 million total request, the budget put forth by the county executive's recommendation will be approximately $35.3 million. On the restricted side, it is an exact match, so that you'll see there's no differential. The entire $12.8 million of restricted grants and $1.6 million of internal service fund for the healthcare were fully acknowledged, bringing to a total then of the total revenue that was asked for, $82.8 million, juxtaposed as versus the total amount of revenue that's recommended, the $49.7 million. So that's the revenue side. I will say, as I said yesterday and to others, that we still do not have the final revenue numbers from the state. As you know, there was a lot of work done in Annapolis this year. There was a lot of moving parts, and that was made more complicated by a lot of things, right? A lot of big bills like Kerwin, but also still with some of the difficulties of meeting in person, et cetera. So the state has still not issued their final budget numbers to us. We know that the Department of Legislative Services, the Department of Management and Budget, and the Maryland State Department of Education are actively working to finalize those. When they get those to us, obviously they will be shared not just with this body, but with their partners at the county, the legislative and administrative units. And it may cause some modest adjustments, one way or the other, either in dollar value or maybe within some of the restricted levels, like it may be some swap outs for federal funding for state funding, because we know that the state is trying to utilize some of its federal grant opportunities. So that's all TBD, but this is the budget that's before us for today. Switching then over to the expense side, the more interesting side typically for most folks, and we'll sort of cover this in detail, but we'll begin with the compensation elements and slow down a little bit to make sure we're all fully on the same page there, and then we'll go to some of the detail line item requests. So on the compensation side, the request put forward by the board last February asked for the second half of the FY21 TAC or Unit 1 mid-year compensation. As you recall, that through a mediated settlement in the current fiscal year, FY21, Unit 1 received the mid-year compensation increase, but the balance, the other half of that, comes payable in FY22 and has to be paid for. Otherwise, we'd have to claw back that mid-year increase. So the county executive's recommendation does not have that line item as funded. In order to not have us have to claw back that mid-year compensation increase, that means we, this Board of Education, the superintendent and his team, are going to have to internally find that $3.1 million. And so I'm sort of going to loop a prior conversation and this current conversation. We now have to judiciously find the $2.3 million that we need to balance that local line. And we have to also find the $2.1 million to fulfill that requirement. So add those two numbers together and we're pushing, for almost $5.5 million. So we're going to have to identify internally and designate as a funding source for those line items. Continuing on for FY22, the step increase that is alluded to within our bargaining units and the recommendation put forward by the superintendent was for a full step increase for FY22 for all eligible employees. That is in fact recommended to be fully funded. Similarly, the superintendent and this board recommended that a 1% COLA, cost of living adjustment, be applied to all employees. And remember, a step is for eligible employees, COLA is for all, and that is about $7.5 million. The step is about $14.5 million. The COLA is about a 7.5. Both of those have been fully recommended for funding. Continuing on in the arena of compensation, the next request from the Board of Education was to match experience credits to salary steps. And this is a concept that the board sought to apply to exclusively to Unit 1 and Unit 2 members. And that had a cash value request of just under $11.9 million. You'll notice that on the exhibit that has not been funded. So that methodology of compensation has not been funded. An alternate approach has been taken, and I'll speak to that momentarily. But before I do that, the very next line item was for a catch-up step, an FY11-12 catch-up step applicable to Units 3 through Unit 6 for approximately $1.5 million. That was fully funded. The catch-up steps for Units 3 through 6 for FY12-13 and FY15-16 were not recommended for funding within the county executive's budget, thus depicting the zero on the exhibit before the screen. What was funded was the following. For FY12-13, a catch-up step for Unit 1, as well as the FY11-12 catch-up step for Unit 2, that has a value of approximately $3.3 million, as well as a mid-year, and I'll repeat that, a mid-year 15-16 catch-up step for Unit 1 and a mid-year FY12-13 catch-up step for Units 2 through 6. And that has a value of $3.2 million. So that in total entails the compensation elements of the operating budget. Going then down into the line items, and we'll spend a little bit of time on some of these, and some of these we'll move through a little bit quicker. As you know, state law requires us to provide a contribution to our charter and contract schools. The methodology is prescribed within state law. It's a pretty exacting science. recall that this year for our charter contract schools, unlike all of the prior years or most of the prior years, all 4 of our schools are now at their contractual enrollment capacities. So there was not an element that we asked for in terms of compensation and for increased enrollment. So this is simply the per pupil allowance that they receive to educate the youngsters at the 4. And essentially, as our budgets increase, the state law says their budget increase. So this is a formulaic driven ask, and that was fully recommended for funding by the county executive. Going on then, the Board of Education, as you recall, put in an amendment to add an additional $1,000 funding increment to the board office to support awards and recognitions. That was recommended for full funding. The board asked for 2 teachers for Catton North, one for the aviation program and one for the barbering program. Of the 2, one was recommended for funding, and that was signaled to be for the barbering position of the 2. The next 2 line items were not recommended for funding. The first one being the $67,000 to expand the community ambassador program, and the 0.5 teaching specialist position for the computer science element. So again, those 2 were not recommended for funding. Continuing down the exhibit, for Crofton High School, the request was for 26.4 FTE positions and some additional non-position costs. That has fully been recommended for funding. Remember that Crofton, as it exists today, has the 9th and 10th graders in it. This is the funding required to onboard the 11th graders in the year ahead. There will be one small ask in FY23 for a smaller slug to onboard the remaining students when Crofton in FY23 becomes a full 9 through 12 school. But again, that was fully funded, so there's no concerns in terms of bringing in the additional grade level in the year ahead. The next line item was for curriculum assessments, specifically the iReady program. You know that is a program that we currently have already. It is a program that we were essentially the program or one of the programs that we had the opportunity to select from to do assessments on our students, given that we were required to pivot into this sort of initially virtual and now hybrid modality. And we had to provide assessments using instruments to sort of measure and assess where students were, identify any learning loss or any learning disruptions, and then create a plan to begin to remediate those, right? To catch the youngsters back up to where they woulda, shoulda, coulda been had it not been for the pandemic. iReady is the tool that we use for that. As I said, we currently have it already and we're using it. It was acquired through grant funds. At the time when the superintendent put forward his budget recommendation to you, and even at the time you were adopting your budget, none of us were really sure what was going to come by way of additional grant opportunities, additional funding. So we have since come to learn that the continuation of the iReady instrument, the licensing and use fees for those, is eligible for funding. So this is the first of a few, and we're going to be very careful to explain these and identify for you. So you'll see that there's no funding there from in the county adopted budget, right? It says we asked for $5.5 million, but it says there's 0 next to it. So the good news is that is part of our application for the grant funding. So we will, in fact, be able to continue utilizing the iReady product. And we communicated that once we became fully aware of that and learned the rules, we shared that with the county government as well, because we want to maximize, we're a team, right? So we want to maximize our state and county resources and take advantage of any federal funds possible. So, we wouldn't want to place the county in a position of utilizing their own scarce resources on something that we could have the federal government fund. So, we communicated that to them, and so that was a purposeful transaction. That's why it's not funded, but again, we're going to be able to continue to use the iReady products. Going down then, we asked for 11 positions in total for our ELA population of students, cohort of students. and 6 of those 11 positions are recommended for funding. The next line item down, as you recall from last year, we were not able to complete the Glen Burnie EEE rollout because 2 of our schools at that time, Oakwood and Richard Henry Lee, were still impacted by construction activities or housing arrangements because of construction activities. The 2.5 positions that were requested were in fact fully funded. So that will allow us in a year ahead to complete the Glen Burnie cluster for EEE. They'll have that at all of the schools. Going forward then, the board, as you recall, again, put forward an amendment to add a $10 a day pay increase for substitute teachers. That was for both our short and long-term subs. The funding put forward by the county does not support a full $10 increase. It does, however, support a $5 a day increase. So you'll see that while we asked for just over 1.0 million, we're funded at just over 500,000, and that's actually a mathematical half. So that's a $5 increase, not a $10 increase. The next 2 items, again, harken back to my earlier conversations about grant opportunities. That being the learning management system that we currently already have a contract for. We're in the process of standing up. And then also the additional funding that the board put in for literacy training and literacy materials. Again, post-board adoption, we came to learn that those were eligible for grant funding. We have shifted that over to grants, to our grant requests, and therefore you do not see it funded here. But again, we're able to continue with those 2 endeavors, subject to the final grant approvals, et cetera. The next series of items did receive funding. The request from the Board of Education's budget was for 2 additional positions to support the continuation or expansion of full-day kindergarten. They were fully recommended for funding. In the arena of psychologists, the Board of Education's request was for 8.0 FTEs. 1.0 were recommended for approval. Similarly, for school counselors, 10 were requested and 3 have been recommended for approval. In terms of social workers, there was a 0.5 social worker that we were requesting the FTE authority for. It did not come with a commensurate funding request, and that has been recommended for approval. And then for social workers for our student support office, there was a total of 6 social workers requested, 3 of which have been recommended for funding. So 6 social workers were requested, 3 were recommended for funding. In terms of special education, we always bifurcate the request into really, 2 different cohorts. One is to support our Birth to 21 programs that you find at most of our comprehensive schools support the Birth to 21 programs that we have countywide. 14.4 positions were requested and 7.5 were recommended for funding. The next line directly below that is special education positions to support our specialty sites, which are our developmental program sites, our regional ED programs, for example, our autism programs, to name but a few. 15.6 positions were requested and 0 of those were recommended for funding. I will, just pause to say that, you need to also remember back to this time last year, right, to last year's budget, the county did make some large scale strides in advancing special education positions in the FY21 budget because we really were in arrears in many ways. So, so I think that the county remembered what they did for us last year. So that's why you see what you see here. Continuing down the Student Services Secretary to grant replacement, that is something as well for that position that we're looking to continue now to fund. That's not funded within the county executive's budget, but again, we're seeking to make that ongoing. Our teachers, again, I'll cover a little history and then cover it today, right? Traditionally, you see something called teachers for enrollment. We spoke about that back in December when the superintendent made his address and into February. Because we had enrollment declines, we did not ask for teachers for enrollment. We didn't ask for them. They weren't funded. So that's just sort of a placeholder. But more specifically, we did ask for teachers for class size reduction. And this was to remediate the areas or the classes where the student-teacher ratio does not fall into alignment with what our guidelines or recommendations are. And as you know, through the course of basically the last 13 years, there were many years that we were not able to get all the positions that we had wanted or needed or hoped for. And so over time, we sort of amassed a backlog of teachers that we would need to, again, make our class size teacher ratios meet what our guidelines is. They were not recommended for funding. So of the 100 positions that were asked for class size reduction teachers, 0 of those were funded. Similarly, the direct line below, teaching assistants to provide a teaching assistant in our kindergarten classrooms, the Board of Education's budget requested 13, 0 of those are recommended for approval. The final 3 items all fall into this category that I've touched now on that's essentially a grant offset. So the Unit 1 laptop refresh, the technology request to allow us to continue the essentially one-to-one laptop devices for our teachers, the student Chromebook replacements, the continuation of that program, and then the virtual learning and home instruction, which encompasses 7 positions, but also some associated support costs. Those 3 line items in the exhibit before you are not funded from state or county resources. And again, it is our intention that those are fully eligible for grant funding. And therefore, we're going to be able to accomplish those last 3 line items, taking advantage of some of the grant funding. Bottom line then, on the unrestricted side, you'll see that the request that the Board of Education move forward asked for 220.9 positions. So 220.9. 52.9 of those positions are recommended for funding within this budget. On the unrestricted side, again, of the $68.4 million that was requested, $35.3 million is recommended for approval. The restricted grants, again, were fully funded as an exact match, bringing us down to the total lines that I referenced earlier. The budget asked for $82.8 million, 49.7 million of that is funded. And on a percentage basis, the Board of Education initially asked for a 6.29% increase and a 3.78% year-over-year increase is what is depicted herein. And with that, Madam President, I will pause. I know this was a lot to digest, and I'll turn it back over to you and your colleagues.
Thank you. And if I hadn't already seen this in great detail yesterday, I'd still be contemplating it, but thank you. We're starting with Mr. Silkworth. Do you have any questions, Mr. Silkworth?
I have a comment. I would like to also, as I mentioned earlier today, I did attend the county council workshop yesterday, and here you are again, Alex. So once again, it's amazing what he's been doing. You had to be tired last night. So, but again, thank you so much. So I've looked at this, but I have lots of concerns about it. One of the biggest concerns I would say is to reduce class sizes. We asked for 100, and it looks like it's 0. And it makes me wonder how that could be. And then particularly in the middle of COVID, we asked for some, for the mental health issue for our kids, we asked for some psychologists and some counselors, and 8, I think, psychologists, and 1 was funded. So that does concern me a good bit. And so I guess we do have to be having some conversations with the county council.
And that is a good point, Mr. Silkworth, and that this is the just like the superintendent of schools recommends the budget to the Board of Education, and then, you and your colleagues have influence on that by amendments, by additional requests, alterations. This is the county executive's recommendation. It has now entered the legislative phase where the county council similarly can analyze his recommendations, change it, build on them, lower them, et cetera. So there is certainly the potential for some adjustments to be made to this budget in terms of either dollar amount or FTEs that are linked together between now and, I believe, 14th is the day that they have scheduled. I know by charter they have till June 15th, but I believe their target date for adoption is June the 14th.
Yeah, so I do have one question, and I think I know the answer. As you mentioned earlier, we don't know about the federal funds that are be coming down. But I'm making the assumption that for positions such as the psychologists and counselors and teachers to reduce class sizes, those funds could not be included because they're recurring.
So essentially, yes. It is our understanding that, well, to begin with, it's our understanding that clearly the funding that is being provided has to be correlated with COVID. So I'm going to answer both of your questions slightly different. To reduce class sizes that we've amassed because we weren't able to get funding back in 2011 or 2013 or 2015 or those years from that have gone by, we couldn't even possibly begin to tie that to a COVID-related expense. Right. So that's the first thing I'll say. But the second thing is, yes, typically grants are exactly that. They're one-time funded of a very limited duration for a very specific purpose, and to be able to acquire an ongoing, a 30-year employee based on a funding stream that may only last 12 months really is problematic. We can, however, and what many jurisdictions do, and it's certainly one that we're exploring here too, is that we can look at contractual services. So if we have students that require, additional IEP supports in terms of occupational therapy or psychological, services, et cetera, there are certainly a lot of outsourced providers that we can look to that community as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith,
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Cheknovich.
Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, thank you for your presentation both today and yesterday. I was also on the line the entire time. Before I get into my questions, I want to thank the county executive for his work on this. And I want to thank the county council for their hard work that's going to occur between now and the middle of June, and to implore them that if they find any money in the seat cushions, both in our budget or elsewhere, to consider some of the items not funded on this sheet. All right. I have some questions about the compensation breakdown, and I tried to chart it yesterday, and then I emailed you last night. Assuming that county council retains all of these items in the buckets stated, what exactly is left? From my calculation, there'd be a mid-year 15-16 step for unit 1, plus the docked misaligned malaligned steps, and a mid-year 12-13 for units 2 through 6, and a full step for 15-16 for units 2 through 6. Is that an accurate breakdown?
And I'm not sure if you mentioned or not the other half of the FY21 TAC step as well.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. The 3.1 that we have to find.
Right. I think you got it. Yes.
Okay. Lots of writing and then scratching out and then writing again. And then I'll certainly have questions in the second round, but my second question for this round is the breakdown of the ELA positions. We broke it down to 8 and 3 of that 6 were funded. What is it broken down equally between teachers and assistants?
Let me confirm that, but I think it might be all teachers.
That's what I seem to
Yeah.
remember too.
Yeah.
All teachers.
Yep.
Okay. Can I ask one more breakdown, quick question? All right, then my other question is for the birth through 21 staffing needs, 7.5 were funded of the 14.4. I'd love a breakdown of how those positions, and you don't have to rattle them off if you don't have them in
And they're
front of
not
you.
all teachers, so we'll have to give you a more detailed
Yes,
breakdown.
kindly email us, and thank you. I'm sure I'll have questions in the second round. Thank you so much.
Ms. Frank?
Thank you, President Ellis. I just had a couple of just, I guess, basic questions about the Chromebook replacements. All of that was covered by a grant, you said, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is that grant a one-time grant? Do we foresee that being renewed in the future or ongoing?
No, so it is a one-time grant, and there's actually 2 of them. One of them has an expiration date of September 30 of an initial expiration date of September 30, 2022. The other one has an expiration date of September 30th, 2023. That might even possibly, because of the Tidings Amendment, be extended out to September of 2024. But I know where you're heading, and you're exactly right. As prudent managers, right? I mean, we are, my words, Ms. Frank, we're taking advantage of this one-time money, right? But it has a terminal date. So we need to build a plan. We need to build a plan to replace the one-time money with permanent ongoing money. As the superintendent indicated to the council yesterday, we're not ever going back to students not having devices, right? We've reached this one-to-one modality. As the superintendent outlined yesterday, we're not reverting back. So yes, while we have the opportunity to use the one-time money now, we are very deliberately going to have to make a plan to get ourselves out of the one-time predicament and onto a permanent ongoing fundings. And this is not just for the student devices, this is also for the teacher devices as well. And so as we build our future budgets, as we make our future decisions, we're gonna have to figure out the when and the how, because there is a funding cliff that we're gonna have to get out ahead of.
Okay, yeah. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Thank you. Yeah, I actually had a similar question about the iReady. Because again, my sense is this sort of assessment is here to stay or should be. And so I'm assuming that whatever grant we're looking at for that is also sunsetting at some point, and we're going to have to build into our thinking whatever appropriate assessment structure has to be there. So essentially, it is the same as the question.
It is. I mean, so essentially by definition, a grant has a sunset date. So that is simply applicable to everything.
Right.
But in terms of whether iReady is going to be required past that point, that's a discussion for the educational experts, and I'm sure the superintendent will make a recommendation about that in his future budgets.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask was specifically about the CAT North funding, and maybe this is a question for Dr. Arlotto. So if we don't get the aviation position, what's the implication of that? Is that a program shutting down, or just how does that?
A wonderful question. Thank you, Dr. Tobin. It is so both the proposed programs that the board had built into your budget don't exist yet. So we don't have barbering and we don't have aviation. So those are future plans, and that's the reason they were built into the budget for us to start into the future. The barbering is, they're both CTE programs through MSDE. The barbering is easier to start up than, I think it would make sense than what is called the A&P program in aviation. Our goal is to still have that program, but it now may be delayed if we don't have the funding to start it for next school year.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. And I just want to say the CTE is another critical component that's part of Blueprint, meeting certain standards of CTE. So for those on the county council or elsewhere who may be listening, this is something that we're going to have to make sure that, in addition to just the intrinsic value of a program like that, in my view. So thank you. Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you very much.
Ms. Corkadell? Thank you. We're going to do capital separate, right? I just want to
Yes.
make sure I was clear
Yep.
on that. After some time, I do just have, I don't want to reiterate because the two things I flagged were already discussed, but I wanted to acquire just a little bit more information on them to build on my colleagues' information and questions. And so I'll start with the most recent, which is on the north side, on the aviation side. So we had this wonderful plane donated,
Right.
and huge efforts to get it to where it needs to be. Is a result of this mean that that wonderful donation and our donors, we need to be embracing their donation for intended purposes, that we have this wonderful airplane that Northrop Grumman donated to us along, and we're not able to reuse it. So we're just, or are we currently engaged in programs that involve that donation?
Again, thank you for the question, and it's a wonderful question. The short answer is no, we're not using the plane. That is, it is.
I spent 3
we're not-
hours of my day.
Right, so we knew we weren't going to be we know we weren't going to be flying the plane.
Well,
but
I know
we're not-
that, yeah.
We're not currently taking it apart or rebuilding it, which will be part of the A&P program. But that is, so yes, we're not, it has been moved. Thankfully, Mr. Sheknovich and his team put a lot of effort in with others to get it moved from Northrop Grumman to now Tipton Airport.
Oh, yeah, that was a huge undertaking, by the
So
way.
that we have moved it to
Yeah.
that planned space, and our partners with Tipton. We're continuing to plan the curriculum and the rollout. Also keeping in mind that, if I'm not mistaken, the first year of the aviation program involves very little in terms of the engines and the fuselage and that work. It's much more book study, while there is some hands-on, getting to know the tools and that kind of thing. It's not nearly as heavy. It's the second year. Am I correct in that? Yes, I'm getting head shaking from the experts.
Okay.
But the bottom line is, if we delay, it'll be delayed use of that airplane as a mechanism for the students' hands-on work.
I just hope this does not discourage people from making significant contributions. I mean, we have such a wonderful symbiotic relationship with our business partners in ensuring, and this is one way that we were providing more doors open for our children, our students to matriculate from programs like this directly with our local employers who have identified a clear and evident need in the market share. And in this particular case, they do mostly defense contracting work. So this is for our own interest. I just hope that doesn't dissuade it, and want to just reiterate a thank you once again to the Northrop Grumman team and the pilot who had to give away his partner of an airplane after all those years. Moving along, though, in the interest of time, Dr. Arlotto, could we get, if we don't already have, I think it would be important, and more important even to our board, would be to share with the council what is our largest elementary classroom? I don't know if it's more appropriate to break it down by grade, but what is the largest amount of students per teacher ratio that we have? I know it's not a lot of them, but what is our largest in there? Do you know offhand?
I don't.
Yeah, I think it would be important to speak more to the story and build upon what Mr. Silkworth was saying,
And then some of the challenges you could see in the emails that we had to face with protocols as it relates to those class sizes and to our teachers' ability to pivot, and the extra efforts that they had to go through and may have to go through again in whatever next iteration as we continue to rebuild. So could we maybe get that information out to them? Because I think sometimes a number speaks more than any amount that I could possibly share with them as to the methodology and the teaching principles and the federal standards that we are not complying, are not able to achieve as far, not a standard, but the objectives and goals of the ratios. And this reminds me of conversations about some of our other public safety people with police and fire. We know we need to strive to accomplish it. I'd like to hopefully, plead the reconsideration, but I think maybe that information might help clarify to those who are still fuzzy on why that's important. And then President Ellis, I'll just take a moment of personal privilege just to reiterate that I don't believe there's a student who would not benefit their academia, their education, and their overall health, physically and well-being, by us being able to enhance and provide some relief and respite to our mobile crisis teams and our existing staff who are just busting butt to help each and every one of our students kind of come out of the COVID haze and work on repairing the damage that was done to their mental health and well-being. And so once again, while county pivot away from mental health while claiming one thing, and budget is where the money with the mouth, put your money where your mouth is type of stuff. And the budget is clearly a strong demonstration of that in this case. And so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to make some progress in that. Thank you very much. I know you guys are working so hard with the county, and everybody's doing their best. On a bright side though, 3.7 in a COVID challenged year where we weren't even sure if we were going to make our MOA, maintenance of effort, is outstanding. And I am grateful for all of that, the citizens, because it's a citizens' money that they are willing to offer to us. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
I want to thank all the key players, especially County Executive Pittman, who I am sure in a constrained fiscal environment, these decisions were tough. I thank the County Council as well for their considerations and their tough questions yesterday. So with that, I thank as well you, President Ellis, you, Dr. Alato, you, Mr. Shagnovis, and your entire team, everyone who has contributed to ensuring that our students in education, despite all that has gone on in education, especially with COVID and the civil unrest that continuously is present, you all have done remarkably. So thank you. I would like to start from the bottom and work my way up. And just like you, Mr. Shagnovis, I plan to go line by line. That is a joke. I'm trying to.
My stomach just went.
You know what? I'm writing it down and passing notes next time. See is this funny? Okay. So so I'll start with the virtual learning and home instruction. I did not quite get if other entities are being utilized for in terms of grant. What can we do to basically cover the funds that are needed for this continuation of virtual learning and home instruction?
Yes, ma'am. So again, there are grant funding. I mean, the federal government and the state contemplate that to some extent, virtual opportunities are going to need to continue. Now remember that this program, really was almost pre-COVID, right? I think as the superintendent took great pains to discuss yesterday, and I'm sure he'll elaborate on it. at the conclusion of my brief remarks. But, this really had its genesis pre-COVID. We are, as I said, taking advantage of an opportunity provided to us by utilizing some grant dollars to get this off the ground. But it is something much like all of the other things that we're using grant money on that we collectively cannot ever lose sight of this. We're going to have to construct a plan if we want this to continue to, over time, incrementally replace one-time dollars with ongoing dollars. But with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Lotto because he did a masterful job yesterday explaining the nuances of the virtual program to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Sheknovich. As I mentioned to the council yesterday, things have changed from when this budget was developed by the superintendent and then when it was adopted by the board. We initially have planned pre-COVID and for several years now, built into my budget recommendations and your budget moving forward to the county executive, to build a virtual program, small in scale, for a select group of students. We've not been funded for it, so we've not been able to move forward with that. Fast forward to COVID, we continued to plan for that, and now we're in a virtual space. And so, again, now is the time to strike while we have done quite a deal of professional development, and that will continue, where teachers are now more comfortable in this environment, students and families are comfortable in this environment, that we continue to plan for a virtual space for a small, select group of students. We are continuing that. And we did apply for a $1 million grant through Maryland State Department of Education to support our efforts. We were not awarded that grant. So now we will move forward to what will be the ESSER 3, the third round of federal monies, COVID relief funds, and we will build our virtual program, hopefully the funding for that, into those upcoming funds. We've had 2 rounds, and now there's a third. We don't yet know all of the regulatory language and parameters for that yet, but when it rolls out, our plan is to build some of the staffing and other needs for the virtual environment into those funds. That's why they're no longer here, and we'll build future into for the future into those possible grant funds.
Thank you, Dr. Alato. So based on that, it's just a follow-up question. This does not mean that the environments of virtual learning and in the environments of at-home instruction that have basically been remodeled because of COVID, those continue even with the anticipation of returning full-time in the fall.
Yes, ma'am. And I was going to speak to this during my reopening remarks, but
okay, never mind.
That is correct. We are planning for a full reopening. That means students are returning to buildings.
Okay.
I pause for emphasis. You're planning for a full reopening, which means, get ready, folks, children are going back to school, physically in buildings.
Right.
But there is, pre-COVID, there was an appropriate space for virtual learning. You add that to the COVID environment and where we have now gone technologically and our own, like, look at your skills, look at the skills now of teachers and students and families, that it makes sense for us to continue some form of that environment. But it will be very, very limited. We're not talking about anybody that would like to remain in the virtual environment can remain in the virtual environment. It will be very specific as to who would qualify to be in a fully virtual environment. It could be for some form of disability or some specific family circumstance, but it will be a very limited group of students that we would allow, particularly initially, because we have to start to build that virtual academy, and we have to build the staffing to support that.
Thank you, Dr. Alato. Okay, so moving on up. I see here that there is a series or set of areas that have been requested for coverage via grants, those grants, are they through the ARPA and what's remaining of the CARES funding, or are these separate grants?
No, you're correct. Your first position.
Okay, so then I request the understanding of a funding request approval for the social worker in the equity office. I didn't understand that.
That is already being, that's approved. That is recommended for approval. We are not going to be applying for a
Oh,
grant.
so it's covered.
It's covered, you're right,
Oh,
it's
got
covered.
it,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
And could we also, in terms of grants for the psychologist and the counselors that we need, could we also then move to request funding for that coverage as well?
So that aligns with that's very similar to the question asked by Mr. Silkworth earlier. So the direct answer to that is essentially no. However, a lot of those support services that we provide to our special ed students can very well be outsourced. There are professional psychologists, school psychologists, et cetera, in the private sector that we can leverage using grant dollars to provide the assessments, the service hours, the counseling and support for those students. So the answer to that is we're going to provide the services, but it may be in a slightly different modality, but the youngster is going to receive the services that they need, just delivered slightly differently than maybe we had initially contemplated. And with everything I've said, Miss Antoine, the work's not yet done here, right? The county council still has an entire phase of heavy lifting here. So we don't even know if this is going to be the final picture come June 14, June 15, right?
Right. So, President, I'll stop at this point, but I would have additional questions next round, please.
Well, I'm going to make a suggestion, but we'll see where we go with this. We have a beefy agenda today. We still have to do the capital budget. These questions, I haven't even spoken yet, but so these have been great questions, and it's a great way to educate the public on the budget and certainly where board members' priorities and concerns are. We always, though, have the opportunity to work with staff and send emails and ask your questions. I would rather not pick apart the entire operating budget line by line right now, again, because we have so much to cover, because we all do have the opportunity to get our questions answered. So I would rather move on to the capital budget, but if anyone has a big concern about that, let me know now.
I anticipated, I shaped questioning today based on that, and Dr. Alato and Mr. Shagnovich are aware that I have been sending questions concerning the budget to them, and they've been very open about response. This is mostly about what we heard today and responding to that. But if I may, I would also like to also share that requesting of the county council, the board members, when we do reach out to you, please be just as open to seeing us before June 14th, because we have that role of advocacy to fulfill. And like Mr. Shagnovich has indicated and almost foot-stomped, we have to make plans for mitigations of the gaps that will occur. So with that, President Ellis, thank you.
Okay. And I just wanted to, I don't have questions. Again, certainly we've been through this. I was able to attend the workshop with the county council yesterday. So all I want to say, first of all, is thank you, Mr. Shagnovich and your team, and Dr. Alato for representing us and our school system. And I want to thank our county council for giving us that opportunity. They had some great questions. I felt very privileged to be there and be able to answer for our board. So thank you. And we're here, and
ready to work together. So I think that will wrap up our operating budget for now. Again, everyone is welcome to follow up. Capital budget.
And again, thank you for the opportunity to go over the capital budget request. Remember, this is even a longer saga. So this dates back to last September.
Right.
So we began the capital budget cycling in September, as you know. So here we are with the county executive's recommendation, April 30th. Everything that I said about the operating budget remains true, right? So this is the county executive's recommendation. The county council has, there's yet work to be done. And before we go into Miss Antoine's favorite part, which is the line by line, there are a couple big things, right? So the states, much like the state's operating budget, we still do not have the final starting lineup of funding from the state for capital projects, and we will not have that likely until at least the last week of May. So we're probably still 3 weeks away from even hearing what the final state numbers are. Part one. Part two is in the last General Assembly, and Ms. Ortiz briefed you on this just the past meeting. The General Assembly passed something called the Built to Learn Act, which essentially allows the Maryland Stadium Authority, MSA, to work jointly with the IAC, the Interagency Commission for School Construction, to sell revenue bonds, MSA bonds, in support of public school construction. That having just passed, that's all it's done, still passed. There is a lot of work, a tremendous amount of work to implement that. So the IAC and MSA and the state's Department of Management and Budget have got to all get on the same page. They have to create this structure because this doesn't exist. They have to figure out how many, what's the value of the revenue bonds they're going to sell, what's the timing of those bond sales, how that's all going to be distributed. I'm saying all that to say none of that's going to happen before June 15th. We will get the state's numbers, so that first piece will happen. The second piece, it's such a heavy lift that in all reality, we're probably going to be looking at some sort of a supplemental or some kind of a situation like that in the year ahead. That's not going to resolve itself. With that as a backdrop, we'll go through the capital budget. Highest level overview, I'll orient you to the page first, how to use this tool, and then some of the specifics. So the page before you, moving left to right, as you recall, the first column is the priority. Capital budgets are line item prioritized and line item appropriated. So the board priority number, and this is the first column to the left. The second is the name of that program or that functional area. The third column is the Board of Ed's request. The fourth column is what is put forward as a recommendation from the county executive. To the far left-hand side, you'll see the totals. So we'd asked for slightly in excess of a $234.5 million budget. The budget that's recommended by the county executive is just under $200 million. So there is a little bit of a gap, about a $34.5 million gap between the two. While this says $200 million, from county executive's proposal, remember that we've asked for just in excess of $61 million from the state. We believe, absent any of the MSA discussions, of the slightly in excess of $60 million from the state, we will receive slightly in excess of 30. That slightly in excess of $30 million number I'm referencing is inside of this $200 million number. So it's not an over and above. That's already kind of baked into the cake, right? That's part and parcel to this number. So those numbers have been fused together. So we're really talking about $200 million at this stage. Then the last thing I'll say in terms of an orientation is looking at the color coding schema there. Those items that are banded in a white font means that the request that a Board of Education made by dollar amount and that recommended for funding is an exact match. That banded in blue means there is a mathematical difference. So it is funded. There's just a mathematical difference between what the Board of Education requested and what is presently being recommended. And those banded in red means that there is not a recommendation that that line item be funded. But again, we'll go through those in detail. So the first line item, health and safety, was fully funded. And as you've heard during the workshops and Ms. Seaman Crawford's presentations, that health and safety is fully funded, and that supports things like fire alarms, public address systems, lead and water quality, things like that. So thankfully that's fully funded. The next line item, security related upgrades. The Board of Education's request was for $3.75 million. Only $750,000 is funded at this time. I will say that with the passage of the governor's recommended supplemental and the General Assembly's final budget, there is a statewide security grant of $10 million, I believe. None of that, we've not received the communications. If that is like it's been in the past, that typically comes in at a value between 700 and 800,000. We hope that's the same. If that's true, if we get that grant award letter, we provide that to the county, they will add that amount. So in all likelihood, knock on wood, hopefully this goes up by another $700,000 to $800,000 based on state money alone. And if the council wants to add more to it, this is great. And the reason it's great is really what it's for, right? This is our security vestibules. This is our fencing. This is our cameras. This is our ballards. This, all of the things that Mr. Batten and Ms. Seaman Crawford do to at our facilities to sort of enhance the security profile and the use of that building as a security mechanism. So it is a very important line item. For all day K, pre-K, the request was for $10 million. The current proposal was for 4.2. Similarly, we believe that there's a chance that we'll be receiving some additional state monies in that area that could help possibly build on that 4.2 million number. Remember, we're down to only 4 schools left in the county. Van Bachland, that's already actively under construction. Sunset, that's already been bid and probably getting ready to start shaping earth and coming out of ground. And then we still have Brockbridge, which has been designed and is getting readied to go out to bid and hopefully get awarded. And then we still have Mead Heights, which will be the last one. So we remain hopeful that we do work out some of the funding kinks and be able to get these last 4 projects fully completed and delivered. It was a journey that started back in 2005, and here we are in 2021 talking about it still. So come on, let's root for getting these 4 done. Building systemics are the large state eligible components of a building that are, again, partially funded by the state, partially funded by the county. The request was for $21 million. The funding recommendation is for 16.7. Again, if we receive any additional state dollars, hopefully that will build slightly more. The next line below it is the corollary, the other half of that same conversation. Maintenance backlog is funding to address or replace those components of the building that are not eligible for state funding, right? So this has to be 100% local funded. The request was for $7 million, 3.9 is the current recommendation. Directly below that for roof replacements, the request was for $3 million, $2 million of that is funded, again, all local funding. For relocatable classrooms, this is for the relocation of existing relocatable or portable classroom buildings. This is not for the acquisition of additional ones. So this is simply moving them from site A to site B to balance enrollment needs or support construction activities, et cetera. The request was for $1.2 million, $600,000 is currently recommended for funding. The next 2 line items were fully funded, as you can see on the exhibit, both asbestos abatement and barrier-free access. Barrier-free access is a code word for ADA. Those were both fully funded, so we'll be able to continue on with those projects. School bus replacements, we haven't annualized, and this has been a long road. So, we try to annualize our bus buys and sort of spread out when buses come due for replacement. because our acquisitions over time were a little bit lumpy. There's years when we have bigger acquisitions, smaller acquisitions. So, going back to Mr. Hammond's time, and even for a long time, we've been working towards annualizing this. However, in the current budget environment, while we're asking for 800, we're going to be funded at 260, and that is the exact amount that we need to get the buses that are expiring. So that piece of it isn't a worry. The next section down, additions, you'll see that in a red font. You'll see that it's not funded. There's an explanation behind that. So as you know, we are doing a very large-scale project at Arundel High School. I think it's 11 classrooms and all the additional support spaces and the vestibule and the other teaching areas, additional fire stair. That's really, our additions in years past have really been small. It's been a 4-room, project here, or 2-room project there, whatever. This is double or more than what we typically do. So what we're really doing is this year, FY22, we are spending our time finishing up that addition there at Arundel because it is such a big job and requires more than 1 year of time and more than 1 year of money. And we do have some funds left over in that category. The next project is Southgate Elementary School. And we do have sufficient funds in that category, and the county knows that we are going to work on the design for Southgate Elementary School addition. And then we're coming back in the FY23 budget, presumptively assuming the superintendent's going to recommend it and you're going to support it, that you're going to ask for the construction fund. So we'll design Southgate this year and hopefully have the good fortune in FY23 to go ahead and break ground on Southgate on that addition. So next year, this will not be a red banded line item, I hope. Terrific news for priorities 12 through 15. They are fully funded to the exact dollar value that was requested. These are some of our big marquee projects. The replacements of Quarterfield, Hillsmere, and Rippling Woods, and the new ground up construction of Old Mill West High School that has since broken ground. So it's actively under construction out there now. So those were fully funded. West County Elementary School, you'll see, was partially funded. The request was for $19.6 million. The funding amount is $9.6 million. This is on the property that the county recently used their resources to acquire out in the area that many of us know as Two Rivers, west of Route 301 and south of the Watchapel corridor. We're actively working on that project. In partnership with county government. Remember, it's supposed to be a joint effort. It is. We're meeting with them actively in design, and we hope to be breaking ground on that project here this spring. The funding that we potentially will not receive in this category, we're going to have to come back to the county next year to be able to ensure that we can keep pace and deliver that project on time. Next line item down, 17, fully funded for the design efforts and early construction, site exploration, soil borings, utility work, et cetera, required to support the construction of the Old Mill Middle School South project, which is going to be located on the Southgate Park property, as the board is familiar. The next 3 line items are partially funded. We asked for $350,000 in health room modification. The recommendation is at $250,000. $600,000 was the request for replacement or additional school furniture. $500,000 is what's recommended for construction. And finally, for upgrades of various schools, which is programmatic improvements to existing instructional spaces to support the ongoing delivery of that instruction modality the way it looks today versus the way it looked in 1960 something or 1970 something. So we asked for 800,000, 459,000, almost 460 has been recommended. Vehicle replacements is fully funded. That's again for the cyclical replacement of our dump trucks, backhoes, everything that Ms. Crawford and her team uses daily to support the school district. Aging Schools is a state-funded program where the state will pay for the construction of replacements for very finite, small, specific parts of the building, but the county government funded it again We're waiting. Actually, no, we actually just received the letter for that just a few days ago. So that to some degree of specificity. Playgrounds is fully funded. The next line item down is somewhat concerning, I will say, athletic stadium. So, you know, we've got a pretty big athletic stadium footprint now. I mean, we've got stadiums that have turf fields, that have tracks, that have bleachers, and then we've got second turf fields at 11 of our 13 schools, or essentially funded 11 of our 13 schools. And that footprint, much of it has a rather rigid cyclical replacement cycle on it. You know, for example, our latex rubberized tracks have a very specific cycle and timing in which they have to be replaced and serviced. Same thing goes with turf fields. We have, through a partnership with the county, very deliberately since 2008, very deliberately and purposefully, with not just county funding, but with state funding, we've been increasing that footprint, and a terrific benefit, not just to the school system, but almost, if not maybe even almost more of a benefit to our communities, right? Our youth and athletic organization and adult athletic organizations, et cetera. And we simply have got to continue. We cannot lose sight of the fact that we very purposely partnered with the installation, the expansion of this footprint. And we need to be very mindful that we give those elements the proper care and maintenance to ensure that they stay in service. So this is something that, again, we've been in conversations with the county. None of us want to lose the terrific assets that are already in place. And our priority has always got to be on maintaining the existing before we add more, yet more new. So, you know, we got to be focused on that. And we are, and that's an ongoing discussion with the county. And then finally, we do have a very large footprint of asphalt here in the county, driving surfaces. But really it's bucketed into two different buckets. So all of our existing asphalt surfaces that require patching, you know, milling and overlay, et cetera, that really is a maintenance backlog item. So that comes out of that line item we spoke about before. This line item is really for safety related improvements or reconfigurations of lots to help us, for example, disaggregate traffic so we don't have buses commingling with cars, or a parent drop-off loop commingling with, for example, you know, the teacher parking area, et cetera. So we requested $1 million to support that. It's currently funded at $500,000. As I'll say again, it's a work in progress. The county council just received this, like us, this past Friday, and I am sure that the individual council members will roll up their sleeves and see what they can do. And then also, as soon as we receive that information from the state that we're all waiting with bated breath on, we will share that with our partners in county government, and hopefully that will also improve the situation. And with that, Madam President, I believe that concludes our brief overview.
Thank you. Just a little housekeeping. We're going to go through again one round. I ask every member just one or two questions, and then you can certainly follow up if you have more. We will, after this, we will move on to our next agenda item, item 4.02, and then we are going to break briefly for lunch. Okay, so beginning, Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Ellis. I did originally have a question, Mr. Sakinovich, and thank you, Mr. Sakinovich, for your presentation. I did originally have a question about the relocatable classrooms, but you pretty much answered it. At North County High School, there's some construction going on. There are quite a few there. And I was originally concerned that there may be some issues with that. And so, according to what you said, that 600,000 is for actually relocating them. It's not for them themselves. So having said that, I really have a concern about Board of Ed priority number 2, the security related upgrades. I really would have thought that it would have been funded in a much higher way than what it has been. It's nice. It's great to hear that the 750,000 might double, but I really do have some concerns about that. And I do want to, of course, for items number 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17, certainly would like to thank the county executive for fully funding those. And I would like to mention that I had the opportunity last week with Dr. Alata and some of the other board members to take a tour of Crofton High School with the principal, Katie Furherd. And I just simply bring that up because what an amazing facility. If the entire county could have seen that facility. It was a wonderful tour. And of course, in District 2, Old Mill, they need to understand that there's greatness coming down the pike in the next couple years. That facility almost made me want to come out of retirement and begin to teach again, although I'm not going to do that. So I really would like to congratulate and thank Dr. Alato and his entire staff. I don't think the public understands what goes into what they do, not just to ask for the funds for these schools, but to make it actually come to fruition. Absolutely amazing. And of course, we're going to have our graduations there. That's going to showcase that facility. So I thank again, Dr. Alata and the entire staff for that. But that's it. Thank you.
Great points. And having been a Crofton teen, it made me want to re-enroll in school. It really, but no, that is a great point. Is you can see where when you see the result, you can see why we're doing this. The difference between a school and our older buildings is definitely drastic. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I too just want to thank everyone involved on both the budgets. Just amazing to see. I mean, being a student, you really see especially when you were talking about the athletic stadium improvements. I think at Meade, all 4 years, we had the new bleachers and the new field, but I've seen like old videos of the old bleachers there, and it was rough. It was rough, but everything on here is very, very important just to make the schools really work for the students. So thank you all. I want to thank the money team, I guess.
Ms. Schalheim.
Tough acts to follow. Thank you again to everyone involved. I know this is a heavy lift. It's a lot of money. It's for some amazing projects for the safety and health of our students. And I took a lot of notes yesterday, so I don't really have any questions for you. I know that's shocking. I want to don't count on it for other for other agenda items, but for this one. But I loved what Mr. Soapworth said about Crofton and good things coming to the Old Mill cluster. Crofton High School, that tour was glorious. I anticipate that the Old Mill project will be stunning when it's done. And as for Quarterfield, Hillsmere, and Rippling Woods, I'm very excited to see those underway and funded. And thank you for your efforts.
Ms. Frank?
No questions, thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Yes, I add my thanks to those that have already been offered. And let me just say, again, to see the fully funded schools under construction is wonderful. And I certainly know in my district, the Hillsmere community is thrilled to, after many years, to see this making progress. So thank you. I had one quick question around the athletic stadium improvements. Am I incorrect that we share a lot of these facilities with county parks and recs? I mean, is there are we fully responsible for maintaining these, or is there a shared cost?
So there's a memorandum, there's an MOU, there's a memorandum of understanding, a signed document that governs the utilization of the facilities.
Okay.
And who has priority during specific hours, specific days, et cetera. We are the owners of the
Okay.
facility and we operate them. They're on our land, but it is a true partnership. I
Right.
in no way, shape or form want to minimize that. I mean, it's on our land. We're responsible for the care and maintenance on them. We share responsibilities for the scheduling and use of them.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, it's the county dollar.
Right.
Right. So whether they gave the county dollar to Rec and Parks to fix the bleacher, replace the bleachers, or they gave it to us, the bleachers still got replaced. It was the same dollar. But Ms. Crawford and her excellent team are very experienced now, clearly at installing and replacing turfs and tracks and bleachers. And we have a lot of subject matter expertise in that. And the county leverages the intellectual capital that Ms. Seaman Crawford's unit has. And because it's on our property also, flowing those dollars into projects through us just tremendously simplifies the legalities of contracting and things like that. So
Right.
it's typically channeled through us, but it is a partnership.
But this is the singular bucket, so to speak, that the county funds for athletic stadium improvements. There's not a bucket under Parks and Recs, is what I was trying to. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So
Got it.
their bucket is for parks and athletic venues on their
On their
property. This
property.
is solely for the ones on our property. And the only thing I'll add is that we have over the years received state support by way of grants
Right.
for either our athletic projects or Rec and Parks has received grants. So the state is a player and they support these when they can.
Right.
It's just that, this year there was not as much state support
Yeah.
as maybe some other years.
Okay. Thank you. And as I absorb this, I may follow up with some emails. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you, President Ellis. So I don't have too many questions, at all, really, that haven't been addressed or will be addressed. I would suspect to hold off on. But I would like to, just as a historical point of interest, as we talk about and look at all these zeros and diminish, that it wasn't more than 10 or 15 years ago where you were either funding two to three elementaries, or if you were funding a high school, you maybe get another elementary school. And I look at this list in reflection and say, yes, our county has made a significant contribution and continues to do so, and it continues to increase. So I don't want to diminish the fact of the investments that are being made. They are substantive quantitatively, and I know how challenging that is to then have to manage all of it well. And we continue, and Crofton is one example, and Edgewater and all the others, of how we are on time, on budget, sometimes ahead of time at moments, and the professionalism that continues to be conveyed, the safety that's deployed on the site to ensure that the students and staff throughout all of these projects are well taken care of is just outstanding. And so kudos to all of you. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. So my only question would be, and it's a pretty high level question. In similar ways where we were able to get, or at least request, grant funding on the operating side, could some of those same funds be utilized on the capital side?
So there is already some grant funding in here from the state. So there are a couple grants already embedded in here that came from the state government. In terms of the prior CARES money, for example, that you're talking about, largely not, although to some degree possible. So for example, again, remember, it's got to be strictly correlated with COVID, right?
Right.
And so, Ms. Crawford and her team has spent a lot of time and energy and investments in upgrading filtration levels or making adjustments to our HVAC systems, things like that. And so, yes, to that extent, some of that grant funding was used to support those endeavors. But but no, we could not possibly make the leap of logic that we could use. And this is a very far-flung example, Miss Antwine. I couldn't say I had to replace a track at a high school because of COVID, right?
Understood.
So we are very constrained, and the regulators, the federal government, we're talking U.S. Department of Treasury, in many of these cases, are very strict about making sure that these dollars can only be used for very specific purposes and are fully compliant with the term and conditions on that grant. So, and Mr. Stansky and Ms. Seaman Crawford, like me, don't want to go to federal jail. So we are very careful. We are very careful about where every single one of those dollars go.
Understood and appreciated. I just look at things like the aging schools, for example, and again, we're looking to bring students back into these environments post-COVID, and so that was the understanding I was trying to get out of that question.
Yeah,
So thank
Aging
you.
Schools is a program that really, I mean, it really goes back to Governor Schaefer. I mean, he started it, and it's been an ongoing, a very successful grant program where I said the state actually picks up 100% of the construction costs. So kind of big round numbers. You know, the state normally gives us somewhere north of 125. I'm sorry, 525, sometimes as much as $550,000. We simply have to come up with like $50,000 or $60,000. So it's almost like 90% state, 10% us. It's a terrific program. I just wish it was much bigger because we do have many aged building components, but it's been a wonderfully successful program, and it's very popular with every one of our jurisdictions across the state because it's, again, almost 90% state money, 10% our money.
Wow. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I do have two questions. One is West County Elementary School. The cut in the board's request there. How does this impact the timeline, and how much jeopardy are we in for not meeting our goal?
We're still on track for that project.
Okay, so this doesn't concern you about the timeline. That's good news because I certainly gasped when I saw that.
I mean,
It's-
my true concern for that project is getting through the regulatory process,
Oh.
much more so than the funding side. I mean, just getting any project nowadays with all of the, many well-intentioned, but also very complex regulations that are becoming increasingly more complex every single time that the county or the state or the federal government convene. So that's my bigger concern. And that's not only here, we're suffering the same thing, Mr. Smith, we got approved to put in a second turf field at Meade High School. We've had that money since last July. We're still trying to get the permits. We did finally get the permits broken loose for Arundel High School. That's actually almost completed. And we had a meeting as recently as last Tuesday at the fort with the environmental, the garrison's environmental people, the federal government's environmental people. So nowadays it's very challenging. In days of old, it was always a money issue, but now the regulatory environment's becoming almost more challenging than the financial environment.
Thank you for highlighting that because I think it's important. I mean, please, certainly with West County, if we run into that issue, I would like to know about it. I would like to advocate however we can. The Arundel cluster is, COVID did sort of give a little relief on the Arundel cluster and certainly Piney Orchard because that school is going to be busting at the seams. And this project is critical. We got to get that school open as soon as we can. And then my other question is sidewalks they're county, they wouldn't show up in the school system's budget. That's a county thing, but do you know how the county executive's proposed budget impacts sidewalk projects that I know our parents and citizens have a lot of interest in as far as safety to school access?
Sure. So while I don't know the exact dollar amount, because just a couple hours ago, we've been focusing on ours.
I know.
I do know that the amount of funding that is allocated, recommended for allocation from the county executive through the Department of Public Works in support of schools, so we call that school offsite improvements, that has been recommended for full funding.
Good.
And then in addition to that, there are a number of funding resources within both the Public Works Department and the Transportation Department to continue to expand the walkability or bike ridership throughout the county.
Mhm.
And I know that the current administration at the Arundel Center has been very vocal, and not just very vocal, but has been demonstrating great efforts to try to expand the walkability and bikeability made upward of this county, and has put their money behind that, Ms. Ellis. So I believe you're going to see continued big strides in sidewalks and bike paths.
That's great news. Thank you. Thank you for all your time and hard work, and we appreciate it. And we are going to move on to item 4.02, early literacy.
So to members of the board, as the team is coming forward to give you a brief presentation on where we are in our early literacy endeavors, this is a result of several of your questions about our early literacy programming. And so this is the first part of that. This will be at fairly high level and fairly brief. And then the next step is we're planning on a board workshop around this very issue, where we can roll up our sleeves, you can roll up your sleeves, and get your hands dirty in the early literacy work that's occurring in our elementary schools. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Batten.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Ellis, Vice President Schellheim, Dr. Arlato, and members of the board. Thank you for inviting us to share our early literacy plan, including efforts to increase early literacy for all students. I am Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. I am joined today by my colleagues who will introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Gill, Coordinator of Elementary Reading and Integrated Literacy.
Good afternoon. Kevin Wajek, Director of Instruction for Academics.
Thank you, team. As I shared, we are excited to be here today to speak about our robust, evidence-based early literacy program. We plan to share some research and show the connection to our work as we develop the minds of our young readers. We are committed to ensuring all students become proficient readers. Time and again, research proves that early intervention is the key to lifelong reading proficiency. Therefore, one of the indicators of success on our strategic plan is to increase the percentage of students who read on or above grade level by the end of second grade. Today, we will focus on how we continue to fulfill that commitment here in AACPS.
For a little bit of background, in 1997, Congress asked the director of the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development, in consultation with the Secretary of Education, to convene a national panel to assess the status of research-based knowledge, including the effectiveness of various approaches to teaching children to read. In the panel's final report, they shared and identified 5 pillars or areas that are critical for reading development. The 5 pillars are phonemic awareness, phonics instruction, fluency instruction, vocabulary instruction, and comprehension instruction. AACPS is committed to providing instruction to students in all 5 of these pillars. Additional research that influences our work comes from Dr. Hollis Scarborough, who is renowned for her creation of the Reading Rote. Dr. Scarborough is an American psychologist and literacy expert, a senior scientist at Haskins Laboratories in New Haven, Connecticut. She has been leading research in the area of reading acquisition since 1981 and has been involved in efforts to improve U.S. policy on teaching and reading. The visual representation was created as a way of explaining the complexities involved in learning to read. For many children, learning to read is a challenging undertaking, and the rope captures the essence of this task. The rope is brilliant in its simplicity, but profound in its instructional implications. We'd now like to share a short video which explains Dr. Scarborough's reading rope.
Another helpful theoretical model for the reading process is Scarborough's reading rope, which expands upon the simple view of reading. Scarborough's reading rope provides a meaningful visual representation of the process by which decoding, or word recognition, and language comprehension subskills are combined during skillful reading. The decoding subskills are each assigned a strand in the rope: phonological awareness, decoding and spelling, and sight recognition. Under language comprehension, we need to build these reading subskills: background knowledge, vocabulary knowledge, language structures, verbal reasoning, and literacy knowledge. Think of these subskills as strands in the reading rope that become stronger and stronger the more tightly the strands are woven together. As the language comprehension subskills grow and get stronger, the reader becomes increasingly strategic in their reading. At the same time, as the reader strengthens their decoding subskills, they're becoming more automatic in their reading. With increasingly strategic and increasingly automatic reading, skilled reading occurs and the reader can comprehend text. Skilled reading appears to be effortless, but a skilled reader has fortified the subskills of the reading rope in order to manage the skills simultaneously and automatically, resulting in reading comprehension.
As we look at the graphic of the reading rope alongside the 5 pillars of reading, you'll notice a strong connection between the two. The red and orange ropes and pillars highlight the significance of sound and alphabetics in the reading process. The green and blue strands and pillars note the importance of language skills, comprehension, and acquisition. They work together to ensure that students understand what they read. Comprehension is the ultimate goal in reading.
We are committed to providing a comprehensive and robust literacy curriculum to all students. We value what the research says about striking a balance between language acquisition and word recognition. The findings from these literacy experts influence our curricular model for literacy, referred to as a balanced literacy model. Our various literacy blocks afford us an opportunity to provide students with rich literacy instruction in a variety of platforms and modalities. During interactive read aloud, the teacher reads a text to students. This part of the day does not require students to decode or apply word recognition strategies. However, it is instrumental in terms of language comprehension. During this block, students build content knowledge and acquire vocabulary, as well as understand language structures and verbal reasoning. Equally as important, this block instills a love for reading, as the teacher becomes a magician that shows students how a book can come to life. Dr. Nell Duke is a professor at the University of Michigan whose work focuses on early literacy development, particularly among children living in poverty. Her specific areas of expertise include development of informational reading and writing in young children, comprehension development and instruction in early schooling, and issues of equity in literacy education. My team recently had the opportunity to hear Dr. Duke speak. In her lecture, she shared that recent research establishes the importance of the bridging processes. The bridging process, the ability to tend to both comprehension and decoding simultaneously, is critical to reading proficiency. Dr. Duke recommended shared reading as an opportunity for students to apply the bridging process. I'm proud to say that shared reading is a block in AACPS's curriculum. During shared reading, the class reads a large shared text together. Since students see the words in the text, they apply decoding skills while simultaneously considering what the text means. This block is also instrumental in creating a community of readers. As you can see, there are other literacy blocks in addition to those we highlighted today. We welcome you to visit the website for the Office of Elementary Reading and Integrated Literacy for more information about the purpose of those blocks. For our remaining time together today, we are going to focus specifically on our efforts within the Foundational Literacy Skills Literacy block. The Foundational Literacy Skills block is the time of day where we focus explicitly on the foundational literacy skills standards as defined by the Maryland College and Career Readiness Standards. These standards include the phonemic awareness and phonics pillars and the word recognition part of the reading rope. Senate Bill 734 of 2019 was Maryland legislation that was implemented during the 2020-2021 school year. This law is commonly referred to as Maryland's Ready to Read Act of 2019. The goal of the law is to identify students who are at risk for reading difficulties early in their learning process so we can intervene and ensure all students become proficient readers. We are excited to share that, in response to the new law, AACPS adopted an evidence-based screener that helps us identify students who are at risk for reading difficulty early. The Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills screener, also known as DIBELS, is a tool used to assess early literacy skills, including phonemic awareness, phonics, and fluency. This year, we screened every kindergarten and first grade student to identify those at risk for reading difficulty. The results afforded us an opportunity to intervene with our young readers early. Detecting and intervening early are two of the most promising things we can do to ensure students' success as lifelong readers. Let's take a moment to realize why attention to foundational literacy skills is critically important in developing lifelong readers. The National Reading Panel notes the level of phonemic awareness that children possess when first beginning reading instruction and their knowledge of letters are the two best predictors of how well they will learn to read during the first 2 years of formal reading instruction. Dr. Louisa Moats and Dr. Carol Tolman found that 80% of all students who are not reading on grade level at the end of 3rd grade demonstrate a weakness in phonological awareness and/or phonological memory. As you can see, there is a definite correlation between mastery of word recognition or decoding skills and lifelong reading success. Next, we would like to share how we are addressing the unique needs of our young readers during the foundational literacy skills block of our balanced literacy curriculum. The goal of the foundational literacy skills block is to establish a strong foundation in word recognition, phonemic awareness, and phonics. This block is dedicated towards teaching students how to decode. To address the unique learning profiles of our students, in AACPS, we offer 2 different curricular paths during the foundational literacy skills block. In accordance with the law, we use the results of the DIBELS screener to determine which curricular path will benefit students the most. Students who are not identified as at risk for reading difficulties, according to the screening results, partake in the Fountas and Pinnell Phonics, Spelling, and Word Study curriculum. The Fountas and Pinnell Phonics, Spelling, and Word Study curriculum utilizes an exploratory approach. Students learn how to say and listen to sounds and word parts to construct them, and then they learn how to notice and use patterns to construct new words. As students build their word-solving competencies, they develop a repertoire for solving words they use in powerful and flexible ways. Students who are identified as at risk for reading difficulties, according to the screening results, engage in the Wilson Foundations curriculum. Wilson Foundations is a structured literacy program. that follows a purposeful routine as well as a structure in the sequence of skills. It is cumulative and systematic, explicit and diagnostic. Students engage in multisensory activities such as finger tapping to blend words and skywriting while verbalizing letters and sounds. Both programs teach grade level foundational literacy standards by providing explicit and systematic instruction of skills. The programs utilize the research-based gradual release model, which is developed around the idea of show me, help me, and then let me try it on my own. As a reminder, the foundational literacy skills block is one aspect of our comprehensive balanced literacy model here in AACPS.
We are proud that in addition to the efforts shared today, we have provided professional development to 1,238 teachers and leaders in the area of foundational literacy skills this year alone. We have 2 certified LETRS trainers here at AACPS that are facilitating a cohort specifically for our teachers. We have 30 schools represented in our first cohort. LETRS training provides an in-depth understanding of the science behind teaching literacy. It focuses on the teaching skills such as phonology, phonics, and vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. The professional development consists of 30 hours of self-paced learning as well as 15.5 hours of remote synchronous instruction. 113 teachers are currently enrolled in our course on dyslexia. And there are 17 new positions in the last 2 years that are directed specifically toward implementing early literacy initiatives. We encourage and invite you to visit our website, Elementary Reading and Integrated Literacy, for more information about the implementation of our early literacy initiatives, as well as the elementary literacy curriculum. As we close, I'd like to share a clear picture of our why. I'd like to introduce to you Terrell, an excited early reader who you can see here dressed like the main character in the book, Max Goes to the Dentist. The joy in this photo is why we work diligently every day to grow our ACP Awesome young readers. Thank you again for your time today.
Sorry, I'm taking notes, but thank you so much I think that was a wonderful presentation to give us the big picture. Like you said, I'm very, very excited to hear about the workshop, and I really look forward to that. So I'll go around. This will be one round. Again, we know there's going to be follow-up. But before, since there will be follow-up, I just want to ask, I guess, Dr. Arlotto and all of you, would it be helpful? Like, I have questions that have come to mind that I know I would like addressed at the workshop. So if we send that to you ahead of time, would that be helpful? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, great. Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Ellis. I would just like to thank all of you for your presentation. That smile on his face tells the whole story. When students can read, students are happy. When students can't read, some negative things happen, and it's not their fault. And so it's marvelous that you have prepared this, and I'm very proud of everything that you've done, and I look forward to that workshop.
Mr. Smith?
I just want to say this was very exciting and very kind of hit close to home for me, because I've told this board a number of times, but in first grade I could not read, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. In Seven Oaks Elementary School, Miss Heisterman, she was my, I guess, reading instructor, and we go, when they would have the circle time to read, go, and then after 1 year of that, I was reading above grade level, and it just really goes to show you that it's all about the students. Terrell, smiling face really reminds me a lot about of myself. Who knows? He might be the student of the Board of Education in a couple of years. Just because of this literacy program. Just keep up the phenomenal work because this is great. This is great. Thank you.
Ms. Schallheim?
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. As you all are probably painfully aware by now, I've taken an interest in this subject. I know painfully little about it, and so this is incredibly helpful for my basic understanding, and so I could, just be a helpful partner in your ongoing work. And the work is so important. I can't think of many things that would be more important than early literacy. I do have just a couple quick questions, and then I very much look forward to the workshop because I just want to learn more and be able to assist you all as much as possible in my role here on the board. Regarding dibbles in that screening mechanism, how often does that occur for every student? Is it just once a year or is it several times a year?
So this year it has just been occurred once, and then the screener will also occur for students who are entering those grade levels past the administration. So if someone moves into our school system, they would be screened at the time of their entrance into the school. We are currently waiting regulations from MSDE to finalize our plans for next year, and so there'll be more to come.
Okay. I've heard some conflicting views on what the number of screenings a year, what's helpful, what's ideal, and what have you. So I look forward to learning more at the workshop, hopefully. And then do we provide? So I saw the PD in letters, and then the first cohort of 30 schools. That was for this year. Do you know what the number will be for next year in terms of training in letters?
We don't have that at this time. We're currently running the first cohort, so we will we will continue to do cohorts as we continue to onboard teachers and our new hires as well.
Oh, fantastic. And are we also providing PD and Wilson Foundations and Orton Gillingham?
Yes, I'll let Ms. Gill answer that.
So the number of teachers that we spoke to, the first number that Ms. Batten shared was the number of we saw all kindergarten and first grade teachers. Some of those teachers received training in Wilson Foundations and others in the Fountas and Pinnell phonics spelling and word study. So taking that differentiated approach to making sure that they're teaching what the students need. But some of that training, yes, a large amount of that training was in Wilson Foundations, which is based in Orton Gillingham principles.
It is. Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you all for your work. I very much look forward to the workshop, and I'm very grateful for this presentation. Thanks so much.
Ms. Frank?
Thank you, President Ellis. Thank you guys so much. I am so thankful that you guys brought this to the board, and I've spoken to a couple other board members, and I know that there are so many of us who, are so passionate about early literacy, and I am thrilled, Dr. Arlato, that you were able to arrange this and that we're going to have a workshop coming up on this soon. And I don't normally gush, but I am really thrilled, and I am so eager to support you in whatever you guys are going to do and move this along. I have one quick question, and I'll save the rest for the workshop. When we have the two literacy curricula, the Fountas and Pinnell and then the foundations, are they, the students in both of those curricula, are they together in one classroom, or are those classes separated by curricula?
So great question. During that literacy time for those particular curriculum, they are with one teacher, so they do move into that grouping, and then they are receiving the instruction just during that block in that group as it's specific to the program.
So they basically break out into small groups depending. Okay, great. Thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate everybody's work. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Thank you, and I will add my thanks and how pleased I am to have had this opportunity. And thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for arranging this and for the team for delivering a great presentation. And I too have other questions that will best be served, I think, by the workshop. But I am curious and want to know if it can be answered quickly. Why the two curricula? Given that foundations my understanding is essentially something that can serve every child. So I'm just curious to hear your thinking on that.
So I'll echo one thing. Great. Thank you for the question. We really are looking at differentiating for the reader. And so their unique learning abilities are very specific to the program that we felt it was really important to have a program that matched the learning profile for the students. And that we were then able to take the next step for students who perhaps need additional supplemental instruction that goes beyond that specific block of time. Do you want to add anything, Jim?
We can certainly unpack that even further at the workshop. Yep.
Yeah. If we can have a little more discussion about that, that would be terrific. But thank you. And I have a bunch of other questions, but I look forward to that. So thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it.
Ms. Corkadell?
I have no questions. I'll defer because we're in a business meeting and we're going to have a workshop. So, but most certainly seeing you guys expand on the principles dating back a few years ago and to see that already materializing is outstanding. And I look forward to digging in at our workshop. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. So that saved me a lot of time, right? Miss Friend, I miss you.
I miss you too.
A mean old pandemic separated us while we were doing the reading tour, but I learned so much from those tours, and I appreciate your flexibility, you, Miss Bed, and of course you, Dr. Arlotto, for allowing such an opportunity. And the impressions that I saw in person was that right there, plus the hugs. So thank you guys for that. I too have no questions, only because I know and I have seen this application. I will have some for the workshop, but for the public's understanding, the website that you all have, does it have additional enrichment kind of tools on it to improve a student's reading?
So thank you, Ms.
Or rather literacy.
So the website that we referenced is more specific to the families or the parents or a community member who would like to get more information about our program. Certainly resources, articles, videos that help unpack different components of early literacy and the literacy continuum from pre-K to 5. So that is specific to those that information. As far as practicing for students, that comes through the classroom teacher, through the instruction and school building. And then also, we are supporting every student K to 8 with their own personalized reading through iReady. And so that practice that they can receive that's computer adaptive, that really meets the child where they are at their reading level.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. I love the words that were used during the presentation. Show me, help me, let me try it. I so appreciated that, and it just as a model, I can only see that in terms of a model of guaranteed success, where the students have that confidence once they had all that preliminary support. One entity that I wanted to bring up that I was very excited about for Anne Arundel County was that our county, most recently, MSDE released their findings and report on transforming the culture of Maryland schools for Black boys. And when I saw the report and saw that Anne Arundel County was stepping up to be part of the piloting for that, it was just amazing. So thank you all, not only what you're doing internally, but at the state and even the federal levels to ensure our students are reading and reading and learning proficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. I really want to echo what the two gentlemen down on the right, my right, your left, is, the impact this has, the smile, and how, I mean, in early elementary or throughout elementary, the student's ability to read makes all the difference for their educational experience. I have a very, a young, dear, very close family member who, in his very early years in school, did not like school. and his mom was able to get him the help that he needed, and it made all the difference. He's now one of our STEM students and absolutely loves school. At the point where things started to click, I never saw him without a book in his hand. He just loved reading. So yes, it makes all the difference. This is our why, that picture right there. So thank you for that. I only ask if we can get a copy of the slides, because I took down all the questions I could, but I know as I go through, I'll remember the other things I was thinking, and that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to break for lunch, and we will return at 3:15. All right, we're back. Apologies for the delay. We are now at item 4.03, the reopening report, 2020-2021 reopening report. Dr. Oh, you are correct. Look at me. I'm just ready to roll right along. Ms. Schalheim.
Thank you. In the interest of time and given the weighty issues remaining on today's agenda, I move that we hear item 7.01, renaming of George Fox Middle School, after item 4.03, 2020-2021 reopening report, and that further, we move the departmental reports in section 5 to our May 19th, 2021 meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Do we have consensus? No dissent? All right, so the agenda has been amended and will We are currently on item 4.03, the reopening report. Immediately after that, we will hear item 7.01, the renaming of George Fox Middle School, and the departmental reports will take place at our next May meeting. Dr. Arlotto, the reopening report.
Thank you, Madam President, very much. I was just adjusting my agenda accordingly.
Yeah.
So let me begin, if I could, where several of you have already mentioned, with just a huge thank you. This week is Teacher Appreciation Week, and if there is ever a time that we should be thinking about how amazing our teachers and administrators are, now is certainly that time. If there's ever a time that we should recognize the hard, complicated, professional, and passionate work that our teachers and administrators do, now is that time. Our teachers and administrators in any given year, as Mr. Silkworth mentioned, make magic happen in classrooms and schools. This past and current year have highlighted their amazing work and dedication to their students. I am grateful for all they have and continue to do. And as has been suggested by our board president, please reach out and say thank you. So to our teachers, administrators, and educators, thank you. Thank you for that. So in regards to our opening, let me give you some numbers as I have started each of these reports in the last several weeks. Our current virtual and hybrid numbers as of the 3rd of this month. At the elementary level, we currently have 17,901 students engaged in hybrid learning, leaving 20,934 students that are still fully virtual. At the secondary level, meaning our middle schools and high schools, we have 16,501 students that are currently in person in the hybrid environment, and 27,173 that are have chosen to remain completely virtual. So in the past week, just about a week, we've increased the number of students moving from fully virtual to hybrid by just about 2,000. Those numbers, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, are changing literally by the minute and each and every day. One of the things that I want to continue to highlight are the move of our priority students to the 4-day a week. It was something this board wanted us to concentrate on, rightfully so. So in our developmental centers, we have currently 214 students that are engaged now 4 days a week. In our ED regional programs, we have 147 in 4 days a week. In our ACC classrooms, we have 79. In our autism programs, we have 10, and that's in a middle school and in a high school. In our self-contained math program at the secondary level only, we have 75 students. And our ESOL students at the middle school and high school levels that are level 1 and 2 students, those that are in the greatest need, we have 133 that are engaged in 4-day-a-week in-person instruction. As you know, we sent out a hybrid learning request form to all of our families in the last 2 weeks. This form asks those families that have children that are fully virtual if they would like to return to in-person learning, and if they prefer their child to be in 2 days per week or 4 days per week. The survey also asks families of children who are already hybrid if they would like to increase that time in school from 2 days to 4 days. Total number of responses to the hybrid request form represents 27,987 students. 4,214 of those who were previously or are currently fully virtual have asked to be moved to 2 days per week. Of those students, 2,516 have requested transportation. Principals and transportation department are working on those requests now and have been for the past 2 weeks. 21,086 students, families representing that number of students, have requested 4 days per week. 13,613 currently at 2 days a week have asked to increase to 4 days per week of in-person learning. 7,473 who were virtual only have asked to move now to 4 days per week. Principals and the transportation department are prioritizing first those 2 day a week requests, and then they will focus on the 4 day a week requests. But that is, as we have talked about several times, this is all very school and classroom by classroom specific. There are some schools that didn't have any additional 2 day requests, so they're able to move immediately to the 4 day requests. But they will focus, those that have 2 day requests from those that are fully virtual will be the priority. Again, as we have stated, and you have agreed, the priority is to get students that are currently at home full time at least 2 days a week and get them into in-person instruction. And we did, based on the survey, have 6,901 that completed the survey and have requested no change in their current status. Obviously, with just 27,987 students represented in the survey, that's just a portion of the overall number of students that we have here in Anne Arundel County Public Schools that chose to respond to the survey. Let me tell you a little about summer options. As of the 3rd of May, our camp registrations have gone beautifully. The numbers just on the first day and the first few hours started to go through the roof, but we currently have 7,207 students that have requested one of our many programs. What the principals will be doing, and we've talked about this, will be targeting very specific students that have very specific needs, whether it be reading or math or one of the other programs, and personally inviting those students and families to participate in the summer programming. I've shared in the past that we have been working with our Department of Health to create an in-school testing. That's a COVID testing, not an academic testing, but a COVID testing program. And we are ready to launch our in-school COVID testing program. As soon as the Department of Health gives us the final approval, which should be any day now, we will have the capability to administer either a rapid or a PCR test to a student or staff member that is symptomatic for COVID while they're at school. Parents, of course, will have to give permission for their students to be tested, and we've worked all of those intricacies out. We're excited to be able to offer that program to our students and staff. We've talked about graduations, and we're very excited that our planning for in-person graduations to celebrate the amazing class of 2021 are moving forward at Crofton High School, and which will be a wonderful place for these special celebrations. As you can imagine, we are already receiving many requests for additional tickets, 2 per graduate, remember, and additional parking passes, 1 per graduate. Because of the 50% capacity restrictions, we are only able to distribute 2 tickets per graduate. Should those restrictions change, we will change accordingly. Regarding parking, the Crofton High School site, as fantastic and beautiful as it is, can only accommodate a certain number of cars. Therefore, we must limit the number of parking passes onto the site. We are asking families to understand the circumstances we are all in and work to support the class of 2021 and travel together in the same car. We will not be able to honor any requests for additional parking spaces. New and exciting for us is we're getting ready to launch a student vaccine program. So we have partnered with our Department of Health to set up vaccine clinics at our high schools for our students that are 16 years of age or older and would like to receive a vaccine. These clinics will also be open to any of our employees who have changed their mind and would now like to be vaccinated. The clinics will begin on May 12 and run from 12 to 3 p.m. The clinics will be held over 3 consecutive Wednesdays at 4 high schools each. Parents and guardians will receive information regarding registration, just like the adults did during our clinics before, the online registration, and that information will be going out soon. Very excited to be able to offer that to our students. And then lastly, we did have a chance to talk earlier today a little bit about our virtual programming. So we are planning, as you know, for a full return to school next school year. Full return to school next school year. We have been discussing the possibility of creating a virtual academy for a limited number of students for several years, as I shared with you. It is part of the future of pre-K to 12 education. We want to be ahead of that and take advantage of all that we've learned in this virtual space over the past year. Our virtual academy right now is being planned for grades 3 through 12. Certainly, I'm sure you're asking, well, what about the younger grades? And the answer is, as we've thought about it, we are collaborating with the other LEAs around the state, and the best practices in virtual education are showing that those youngest students are best served by being under roof in a classroom with the teacher and hands-on learning in that capacity. And so we will be developing our program for grades 3 through 12 and asking our youngest learners to be inside their classrooms. Unfortunately, up to this point in time, we have, as I've stated, not been able to secure the funding needed to build the full school options, virtual school options for our students. As I did mention earlier, we are building that into some of the future federal funding that is coming our way. But nonetheless, we're going to continue to build out this program. Of course, one of the silver linings of the pandemic is that we've been forced into the virtual instructional space, and we've been able to access now, as I said, some of the COVID funding, or will apply for some of the COVID funding directly tied to technology and remote learning. We are very excited to begin to build this program. Again, it will be for a limited number of students for very specific purposes. That student that might have a physical disability, that student that may have a specific family circumstance in which full remote learning is best. Let me say at this point, when we're talking about our virtual academy, we are not talking about hybrid learning. And I say that purposely because that's what we have in our mind, because that's where we are right now as a school system and across the country. When we're talking about virtual learning, we're talking about 100% virtual learning. There will be some asynchronous, it'll be mostly asynchronous, with certainly some synchronous instruction and time, one-on-one time with their teachers, but it will be predominantly asynchronous learning, as that is the best practice in the virtual academy. So as we get more of our questions answered and more meat on the bones as we are developing this, we plan to bring a presentation. We're targeting next board meeting, the 19th, to bring you a presentation, and then we're going to be taking it out to the public to get there, to begin to see what the interest is from those families. So that's our virtual academy. More to come. Dr. McMahon, Mary Talar, and their teams have been scouring all ends of the earth to learn more about quality virtual instruction. And there has been, interestingly enough, I was part of a convening of all of the LEAs across the state in 1 2-hour meeting to talk about virtual instruction and how we're going about planning and implementing virtual instruction for the upcoming year. We're also waiting for, and this will not surprise you, from some regulatory language and direction from MSDE, because as a school system, you can't just open up virtual schools or virtual programs. They have to go through an approval process, and we're waiting for some of that information that will help guide our planning as well. So with that, Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to give you some updates in various areas regarding reopening. And I'm glad to answer questions from the board.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Mr. Silkworth?
Thank you, President Ellis. Thank you, Dr. Alada, for the update. It is exciting about the virtual academy. It's also exciting about the opportunities for 16-year-olds to be able to get vaccinated or any employee who has changed their mind. So I think that is absolutely marvelous. I do continue to watch the data. And if you do look at the data, it is absolutely clear the vaccine itself is working. So having said that, that is absolutely marvelous news. I also appreciate the update in terms of the reopening. And from my standpoint, I've always wanted parents to and students to have the choice. And we've offered them that. If they wanted to stay at home, they could do so. If they wanted to come back for 2 days, they could do so. And now if they wanted to come back for 4 days, many of them have been able to do that. We get some emails. We know that there are some that have not been able to access the 4-day model, but Dr. Alada has talked about the reasons for that in terms of busing or in terms of classroom space. So my only question would be this, based upon what we've done, and actually I think the numbers for that survey are pretty high to me. But if there is a family in need of some reconsideration, some change, if they are now 2 days, they want to go back 4, is it too late? And can they still request some help or assistance?
So there's sort of two parts to that. So is it too late? And the answer is sort of, right? We've got to finish out the year, and the schools have to concentrate on the families that have chosen to respond and get them in as quickly as possible, given the parameters that there is space and transportation and lunch recess, midday monitors and all of that. But there's always room for a family to reach out for help and assistance, right? There is always time and space for that. If the student is remaining fully virtual and continues to struggle, there are still counseling services and other services that are available that we will reach out, that they should reach out to the school, talk with the teacher, talk with the principal, talk with the counselor. We're always available to continue to assist. But we are now at a point in the year where we felt it was important that we would ask one last time, would you like a change? Majority of our families did not complete the survey. So that tells us that they're, if not happy, at least content and have figured out what their life looks like for their family for the remainder of this year. So they did not complete the survey. It's about a 25% return rate, which overall on the survey is not bad.
Right.
Which is not bad. We would have hoped that 83,000 had responded, so we knew specifically where everybody wanted to be or needed to be. So the schools will continue to work with the families, and we still have room, even with the numbers that I've reported to you. There's room in many of the classrooms, and there is space on many of our buses. Not all, not in every school and every classroom, but there is still, based on the numbers that we have that wanted to return, whether it's 2 or 4 days, there is room in many schools and many classrooms.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Dr. Law, for the update. Very excited about the graduation update for the phenomenal class of 2021. But it's a fact. But
Class of 2020.
But hopefully the powers that be, allow us to loosen the restrictions to allow more families in person, but wait on that. But until then, you can live stream it, which is good. So your family across the nation can still be able to watch the graduation ceremonies. So my question is in regards to the reopening to 4 days a week. I think the last month's meeting you said by May 10th, families should know if they're going to go back 4 days a week or 2 days a week. So I guess it's like a two-parter. First, have any, general population students gone back 4 days a week? So a student that's not in one of those special regional programs
Yes.
Okay. And that was the okay, right. You said something about the math programs, correct?
So there is, I didn't give you any numbers. I don't have any numbers
Okay.
right now on
Yeah.
exactly how many are 2 and how many are 4, because we're too new in that. That's happening
okay.
right now.
Right now.
So hopefully next week I'll be able to give you some more, or at the next board meeting, some more specific data on how many have been moved now from virtual to 2 and 2 to 4.
Okay. And so we don't know how many are back, but do you know when it started for the general population students?
It started probably about a week ago.
Okay.
So with the
Okay, yeah.
first set of data that we got, we started to, from the first round of the survey, we started to distribute that to the principals.
Yeah.
We told the principals to start working on the 2 days. And if you've got room for the 4 days, you can start inviting them in as well.
Okay. Okay. And so is it still May 10th that parents and families, they should know if
That's
they're
our,
going
that's
back?
our target date.
The target date, okay.
Right.
So they should receive an email, phone call, mix.
They'll receive something from the school itself. They're not going to receive anything from us because it's from the central office level, because it's on a school by school basis, right? The principal's in contact with the family, is in contact with the teacher, or teachers, if it's secondary level, in contact with transportation. They have to sort of blend all of that together, say, yep, there's room and space, and we want you to come in on that Thursday, Friday, or Monday, Tuesday, depending on what the switch is.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Ms. Schallheim?
Thank you as always for your update. I do have a couple of quick questions. I got a little lost in the numbers with regard to the survey response. So I wrote down 27,987. Was that the overall response to the survey?
Correct.
And then what was the number directly after that?
The number after that was 4,214 who are fully virtual, have asked to move to 2 days per week.
Oh, okay. Okay, to 2 days. All right, great. And then my other question is going back to, I think it was your column in the Capital Gazette, and then subsequently, I think it was on the school system's social media about the listening tour. And so I'd love to know more details about that. I know there's interest from me. I think there's interest from other board members, and how that's going to be arranged and delivered, so that the students and parents can appropriately learn more and be able to give their input into the fall, I believe was the focus. Can you expand?
I don't really have any
details on the listening tour?
details. Dr. McMahon, do you have anything you want to share?
Okay. Countywide, and then sorry, I know you're gonna have more details, but can I just ask just a general question?
What?
Will the stops on the tour will it span the full county? Will there be stops along the tour in each of the geographic areas, or I assume it's virtual? I don't know.
That's a good question. So it is virtual.
Okay.
We are hitting the committees that are already set up because they have representation countywide. And then we will also be opening large group opportunities, the 100 people on Zoom for input. And that will be very survey oriented and interactive and conversational to a degree. The smaller groups will be more conversational. So there will be invites and there will be open sessions. There'll be a matrix set up so people will have access.
Okay, great. Yeah, I look forward to learning more, and I look forward to, I hope that there's room for us to listen in on those
So
as
our
well.
goal is to have more people be able to share their voice and their ideas, especially those people who haven't had a chance. If you've already had a chance in a lot of different ways, we want other folks to be able to engage. But absolutely, we're really listening for ideas for the fall.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
Can't wait to learn more. Thanks. That's it for now. Thank you so much.
Ms. Frank?
Miss Schalheim is taking so short with the questions. Usually you take longer, and I'm like, oh, it's my turn. We're hustling along. Okay, I'm sorry. So I have a couple of questions. Thank you for the update, and I am really excited to see so many folks going back. And I'm glad to know that there's still some space in a good amount of schools. That's good news that that we can still bring people in and accommodate more if we need to. I wanted to check about a couple of groups asking about using facilities after hours. Are we going to be doing that by the end of the year? Is that something we'll start doing next year? I know that there are furniture issues because of our cafeteria and our gym.
So we are going to continue to our current stance, which is not allowing outside groups use of the inside of the schools. We have outside use of parks and rec and athletics, but we want our building service teams to concentrate on the cleaning and disinfecting of the building and not having to follow up after other outside users. That's of course our focus. Our focus is the instructional day and maintaining our schools, continuing to be able to maintain that they remain open. And anything that we feel that could alter that is we're holding off on. So we love our community groups. We've got great partners. Our hope is to begin to open buildings up over the course of the summer and certainly into next school year. But right now, we think it's best that we concentrate on the students and staff that are in the buildings during the instructional day and not overburdening our building service teams with additional concerns of outside groups and maintaining and cleaning up after them, if you will.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. And then the other question, and this is a question I have gotten quite a few times, so I know a lot of folks are interested in knowing the answer. With the CDC guidelines removing some of the masking outside, and then the subsequent governor's orders removing the outside masking requirements, are we going to be implementing that during recess?
We are not. I've had this direct conversation. So after the CDC released their new masking guidance, that same week we have a meeting every week with the Department of Health. But just a couple of days later, so I've asked that question directly of our Department of Health partners. Are you recommending any changes to the current masking policies in the schools? And the response is no. We would like you to continue, and we are recommending that students and staff continue to wear masks both in the building and at recess. Of course, the CDC guidelines are wonderful for adults and certainly for those of us that have been vaccinated. There's no stipulation with regard to children being outside and masking because, of course, the children are not vaccinated. And you'll notice that the guidance from the CDC really hinges on being vaccinated or not being vaccinated and being able to keep distance from folks, whether wearing a mask or not wearing a mask. So the recommendation right now from the Department of Health is that we continue to wear masks, adults and children, inside and outside of the building.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm gonna look into a couple things, President Ellis. I might want to come back. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions right now.
Dr. Tobin?
Thank you. Thank you for the update, Dr. Arlotto. So I had a couple of questions, and I've mentioned this to you. I've been receiving inquiries around whether or not there can be senior nights for music ensembles and groups. I know that I believe sports teams are having that opportunity, and I'm just wondering if there's a distinction here or if those things are indeed possible for music ensembles.
There is no distinction.
Okay.
And they are, of course, possible. There's been no, what you're referring to is an email you received from a parent?
A number, yeah.
Okay, I saw one.
Yeah.
And I don't know why the parent interpreted the meeting the way they did, but they misinterpreted the meeting. There has
Okay.
been no edict from me or my staff that music cannot be played outdoors and that music programs cannot have outdoor recitals or gatherings. They'll have to follow the same guidelines that we have in athletics,
Right.
6-foot distancing, masks unless you're playing your instrument.
Right.
So they'll have to follow those same guidelines. Jessica Valladay, who oversees all of our music programs, will be working with, as schools want to do that, they'll be in touch with her and she'll help guide them through, she'll give them the guidance on how to set up such an activity.
Great. Thank you very much, because it did extend to a number of folks. So it's good to clarify that and make sure, just get that on the table. Thank you. And the other question I had is with regard to, I realize you're just beginning now to think about what a virtual academy could look like. Are there or have there or will there be discussions with Dr. Gillen's office and sort of thinking through the equity implications of a virtual academy or a lens for sort of, I mean, I understand the idea here is very specific students who need this, right? Not a sort of mass offering. But I'm just curious as to, how we're going to think about any equity implications that might arise from this.
It's a great question, but my response would be in anything that we're developing, we work really hard in all of our programming to look at all the work we do through an equity lens.
Mhm.
So the answer is yes.
Okay.
Virtual programming, what school will look like next year, Dr. Gillen's and her team, and this entire team looks at everything we do. It's not just an office that has that responsibility.
Right.
It is this entire team that has the responsibility to look at the work that we do and develop for students through the equity lens.
Great. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you. I have no questions at this time.
Ms. Antwine?
You saw me typing. Is that what happened? So that means I get 5 more questions, right? So, thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for sharing what you have shared about the reopening with us. My first question is concerning prioritization for 4-day weeks, especially. So this is an A and a B part because I don't have probably the layman's understanding of the IEP process. When it is my understanding that in order to have an IEP, or rather in order to get qualified for special education services, an IEP is required. Is that true?
Once a student is determined that there is a need, an accommodation need, then an IEP is developed to plan out what those accommodations will be, how they'll be delivered, how often they'll be delivered.
Okay, so with that in mind, and the prioritization for going from 2 days to 4 days for many of our students with IEPs, special needs, what would constitute a denial if the parents have requested the expansion of education for their child with special needs?
Space. So if there's not room in the class to add more students safely, whether the student has an IEP or not will not determine that we'll squeeze them in, right? We're not going to remove another student that doesn't have an IEP that's already there for a student that does have an IEP, if that makes sense.
It does.
But the other
yeah.
part is that the other part to keep in mind is not all IEPs are equal.
Okay.
So to have an IEP, is a level of severity of need that student would have, and therefore a level of number of hours and services that a student would need. And so it could be that two IP students, let me make this up, two IP students have requested of a principal that they'd like to go from 2 days a week to 4 days a week. The principal has room for one more student. I would guess that principal, if all works out, would bring in the student with the highest need for those services that can't be delivered in the online environment. And that would be the student that would be given the opportunity. And in your scenario, that then could be a student that is denied access to the 4 full days a week.
Okay. And then the services that are still going to be required, right? How is that accommodated? Accommodated in such a way that the parent is now understanding and receiving the satisfactory services that they may believe their student needs.
So it's the schools, the special educators, the teachers have been working diligently on providing services in the remote environment since March of 20.
Right.
Right. And so this is not a new issue for us. One of the things that we had to do immediately in those first couple of months was the principals and their teams had to meet with the parents, virtually, of course, of every student that had an IEP. And those IEPs had to be adjusted from an in-person environment delivery to a remote learning delivery. And agreements were reached and things were discussed about how the delivery and access to services was going to occur for each of those students. As we have moved forward, and you use the term to the parent satisfaction, there are many students, majority of students that have IEPs that we've been able to reach and teach successfully and provide the needed services as per their IEP. There are some that we have simply not. And that's where we get into the work of recovery and compensatory services. And so now one of the things that will have to occur, and we are doing this under the direction of Maryland State Department of Education, is they've developed the rubric, and we will have to go through with each of our students that has an IEP and determine those services that were not able to be delivered during this school year in the virtual environment. And then we have to meet with the parent in an IEP meeting and decide what those compensatory or recovery services will look like into the future. Some of that could be really simple and can happen now. Most of it will begin sometime in the summer and in through next school year for us to catch up those hours. This is not a unique circumstance to Anne Arundel County or the state of Maryland. This is an occurrence across the country.
Understood. Thank you. And then my second question concerns yearbooks, especially now in consideration of graduations occurring. It was my understanding before the graduation announcements that some schools would not, some high schools would not have yearbooks. Does that change at this point for all high schools?
I've not heard that, so I'll have to look into that. I've not heard that high schools are not having yearbooks. That seems like an odd comment to me, but I'll check.
Yeah, I can actually offline, I'll share with you some of the emails I received previously, and we can go from there. So with that was 2 for me, and I'll just stand by.
I guess I'll start with Dr. Arlotto, the summer learning. Our high school students, if I understand this correctly, summer learning will be virtual?
summer school
Summer
will
school.
be virtual.
Yes.
There could be some summer learning programs that could be in person, but that won't be your typical credit bearing
Okay.
course. There'll be
Right.
some other new programming that Dr. McMahon and her team have put together. But when you talk about high school and summer school, or the summer, you think the traditional,
Right.
I'm going to take a class for credit,
Mhm.
those will be fully virtual.
So the concern I'm hearing is that, of course, we have a lot more high school students struggling than ever before because of the virtual environment. And the question is, well, the reason my kid needs summer school is because of the virtual environment. So what's the point of sending my kid to summer school? So what are the options for those kids?
Right now, there is not another option. We don't have an in-person option for all those courses. We've had our decision based on a number of things, but not the least of which is our evening high school program was very successful, as was last summer's summer school, and so which was virtual. So we had a very successful evening high school program where we had a high number of students that were participating and being successful in that program. And so we also have to think about the availability of teachers and their willingness to want to teach in person versus teaching in the hybrid mode. I mean, not in the hybrid, in the virtual space. And so there are, again, a number of other things that have led to that decision, but we're not planning on doing virtual for those that want it and in person for those that want it.
So for those students who have struggled in virtual and that's why they would need credit recovery, do you have any explanation or is there any logical reason that for some reason summer school virtual, they may be more successful than the regular school year virtual?
So I have no guarantees, but the idea is to keep the classes smaller so there can be more one-on-one and independent work with the teacher to ensure that there's more success, or the student is successful in completing the coursework.
Okay. And the masks. So if I heard correctly, the updated guidance, which allowed for the removal of masks in the county and state, I believe, for outdoor activities, you say doesn't apply to children, but I did not hear, and that's what I heard. I don't know if I misinterpreted, but I did not hear in the guidance that this is for adults only.
Right, and so my point being, there was no guidance specifically to children.
Okay, but my understanding was the guidance was for all people, because I didn't hear it to be only for adults. So.
Okay, so I don't, I don't want to go back and forth and try and interpret the CDC guidance. That's not my expertise. What I could tell you is we went directly to those that we've been working with since this pandemic began, and that's our Department of Health. And I asked very specifically, can we have the students outside at recess unmasked? And their recommendation to us is no.
Their
Not at this
recommendation.
time.
I mean, that seems like the safest answer. I just don't know if it's the right answer.
So you can interpret that any way you want. I know what I have done, and I have pledged to this board that I will continue to follow the advice of the public health experts, because it's not my expertise. And so anytime we have a public health issue, we go to our public health officials and ask them for support and guidance.
Okay, we're going to go one more time because I had the impression there were a couple more questions. I have one more, but Mr. Silkworth, do you have any more?
I have no questions.
Mr. Smith?
I guess quickly for the recess, because all the questions about it. Um, let's say a student at recess, if they're, I guess, far away from, any other kids or teachers, can they take their mask off for like 3 minutes for a break or?
Yes, and students are doing that now
Okay.
with the permission of their teacher or their lunch monitor. If the student feels like they need to or they want to, they can say, I'm going to step away over here. And that way their friends don't follow them, right? And then there's a crowd. If they want to take a mask break, they can certainly do that.
Okay, and I guess, has it been publicized? to
With the
students?
teachers, absolutely.
Well, to the students, I guess.
So no, we haven't put out a flyer or anything that says mask breaks. This is part of the classroom routines that the teachers have established with their students.
Okay, well, I think if a flyer, I think that'd be beneficial just so students know that, hey, if it's hard on your ears, you can take a quick break. And then I guess well, let me make sure I'm phrasing this correctly, but there's no, I guess we know that we're dealing with little kids here, right? So of course we're not just gonna punish a student for making a slip up with the mask right away, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because I think that's, some parents concerned that, your kid might got tired, takes it off for half a second. Now they're in detention, right? But those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Shawheim?
Yes, I have a couple more questions. With regard to, I know that the number of days for quarantining was recently adjusted, and perhaps, I'm talking about the fall now, so I don't know how much this has been thought through, but say you're determined a close contact and you're having to quarantine in the fall and you're in person, will there be like a way to access those classes then remotely, or are you just out of school for that length of time? And it's okay if we don't have an answer yet. I'm just putting it on the radar. How that would work if we're very happily going back, by and large, the vast majority in person 5 days. Like if you're a close contact and you have to go home and quarantine, how will that work be made up? How can you then still access your classes? So putting that out there.
So let me begin by saying we don't have any idea what quarantining will look like in the fall. I just don't, and I don't want to speculate.
Okay.
But what we will have in place is we will have the learning management system, the LMS, will be up and running for the fall. That, as you know, professional development has already begun. The sandbox is open. We've got teachers playing in it and giving us updates and giving us their feedback. So that's how a student would then log into their LMS classroom, their Google Classroom, where the teacher could have posted a video of the class, put up the homework assignments, and those kinds of things that we didn't have before. So the LMS will allow that teacher to better coordinate, but it won't be hybrid where the student can tap into the class synchronously. That will not be available like it is now, but they will have the LMS and the technology available to then interact with the teacher for any of the things that they missed.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then my last question is about high school and middle school virtual academy delivery in the fall. And how will that be delivered? Will it be with our teachers who were aware of their training and their commitment to the students, equity, all the rest of it, or will it be through some other mechanism?
It will be a combination of both. So it will be our curriculum altered to meet the needs within the virtual environment, and our teachers delivering that within the virtual environment. There'll also be courses that already exist and we're already utilizing, like the Maryland Virtual Learning Opportunities, advanced placement courses, vendors that we're already taking, our students are already taking advantage of, and they'll be able to access those courses. Those are not our teachers, and it is their curriculum, but we'll be accessing a combination of both at the secondary level.
Okay, great. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
Dr. Tobin?
No questions, but just a comment. As I understand it, with regard to the question of the guidance on masking for young children during recess, the guidance that the state put out, that the county put out, is that it is recommended that anyone who is not vaccinated wear a mask outdoors. Children are by definition at this point not vaccinated, and I believe that's the logic behind the differentiation here. It's not whether it's a child or an adult, it's anyone who's not vaccinated. So I'm just adding that comment to the discussion. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine, anything?
Thank you. I have just a comment actually, and it concerns the efforts on your part, Dr. Lotto, to ensure that, especially as we move into a full-time environment for the fall, you made sure and worked diligently to get the testing programs and the vaccination programs into the schools for our students and our staff. So thank you very much for that.
And then for the students returning 4 days, and I know that there are many hoping to. So some of that has begun, some have been invited, some are doing that in the general education population, and that's still going on, and those decisions are still being made. I had a parent reach out today indicating that they still hadn't heard, and they're getting they had a letter from the principal basically setting everyone up to not have expectations. And this is a school that this parent says still has several classrooms that only have a Monday, Tuesday cohort. So it would seem like there's room to do that.
Right, unless the teacher's not available on Thursday and Friday. Because of an
Okay.
accommodation. So there's a circumstance, right? Again, every classroom and every school is different. It's not a blanket. That's why we're really having to rely on our principals who are having to, and I point to our George Fox Middle School principal in the back of the room, because they're literally having to go student by student to make that determination. And it's compounded exponentially at the secondary level, where at the elementary level, it's a second grade teacher that is either available or not for that student. At the secondary level, the middle school level, that principal has to go through and look at George Arlotto's schedule and check each one of my classes to see the availability, to be able to make that determination to invite me in. So what you mentioned is possibly, and I don't know about the specific circumstances, but it may be that that teacher's only there because of an accommodation for Monday and Tuesday, and is not available for Thursday, Friday. And therefore, that's the reason that they're fully virtual on those days.
Okay, I guess my two concerns would be if it's multiple classrooms, it sounds like it could be something more than that. But then I think people might question why a teacher could be there Monday and Tuesday, but would require an accommodation for Thursday, Friday. Can you give examples of
Sure,
scenarios that would
we have a
require that?
number of staff members that have a child care accommodation where they are working from home, so they can still care for their child because there is no child care available, because as you know, the numbers spaces are limited here in the county, and they've not been able to access it for whatever reason. So it could be that we have some staff members that have accommodations for childcare, and they've been able to work it out with their principal that they're able to come in physically 2 days a week, and that they're working remotely the other 3 days during the week.
And you anticipate those accommodations being honored throughout the rest of the school year?
Yes, our plan is to honor those accommodations through the end of the school year. we've already notified staff that all those accommodations will not be in place beginning this summer and into next school year.
All right. I think we've been around twice. Okay. So we are now at item 7.01, George Fox renaming. Hi there.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you are all doing well. President Ellis, Vice President Schalheim, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto, I am the very proud principal of George Fox Middle School. I'm here to formally provide you and the public with information about the voting process and the name for our school. First, I'd like to thank the members of the George Fox Middle School Historical Renaming Committee for their admirable effort. Their research provided an immeasurable amount of context and rationale for why we are here today. Second, I'd like to provide you with a perspective about the people in our building and the passion we have for educating the nearly 900 scholars, our students who are enrolled in our school. Our amazing teachers and school staff come to work every day with an exuberant amount of commitment, passion, and purpose to teach our scholars, our students. They are our why. We are here because of the young lives we have a chance to impact, whether they are sitting with us presently in our schools or still engaging with us learning virtually. The process of renaming our school affords us the opportunity to focus on making a difference in our present work for all members of our school community. Now is the time to shift our focus from the past to the present and on to the future. Our focus remains on providing our students with the best teachers who will encourage, care for, and motivate our scholars to be the very best in all aspects of their lives. Our mission is to cultivate a community of scholars who are empowered to think critically, embrace diversity, and contribute to the world beyond our doors. The renaming of our school is our chance to show unity, to come together as one school community and forge an identity that encompasses every student, staff member, faculty member, community partner who plays a part in our school's success. This new name will be an opportunity to enhance our focus on equity, a more inclusive school climate, and especially kindness. The new name will mean a new legacy for our students and staff and new memories to be created during the middle school years. Subsequent to this board's action of March 17th to rename the school, suggestions for a new name were solicited from the public. In all, 104 eligible names were submitted, and they appeared on a ballot open to families of students in the Northeast school clusters and to all staff members at George Fox Middle School from April 19th through April 23rd. None of those names received 50% of the vote, so the top 10 names receiving votes plus ties, so 11 names in total in this case, were placed on a second ballot. That round of voting open to the same parties was conducted from April 27th through April 30th. As you can see on the screen, Northeast Middle School was the overwhelming top choice in both rounds of voting, and it received 51.1% of the votes in the second round. It is the name that I have provided to Dr. Arlotto for his recommendation to you. I want to thank you for your work on behalf of all AACPS students, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blessing. So I guess we will start with questions for Ms. Blessing, since that has been offered, and then Dr. Arlotto, I'll certainly ask you for your recommendation. Does anyone have a question for Ms. Blessing? Mr. Smith?
Hi, Ms. Blessing. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
So the mascot, I guess,
Mhm.
is that up to the school community and just the school community, or?
Yes, and that is something that I believe at one of the previous meetings, Dr. Arlotto had said that that would default back to the school for us to make a choice. Our students are excited about that opportunity to be part of the rebranding. You know that school pride is something that is important to all students. having a collective decision-making practice around selecting a new mascot and school colors is something that the students and the staff have both been talking about.
That's great. You know, I love my school pride. We're actually they're trying to pick new colors for Bede right now. Very exciting. And quickly, is that Miss Lighthoff in
That
the
is
back?
Miss Lighthoff.
Oh man, it's a blast from the past. Miss Lighthoff used to be my former principal at Seven Oaks way back when. Hi, Miss Lighthoff. It's been a while. Yes. He's doing great. He's doing great. I'll tell him you said hi. Great. That was my question.
Okay, sure. Ms. Schallheim.
Just to say thank you for shepherding this process from the initial vote of the board to start the renaming process through to your presence today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ms. Frank.
It is so good to see you again.
Good to
I
see you
was
as well.
so honored. Dr. Arlotto invited me on a tour to George Fox, and we did get to meet Principal Blessing and go around, and it was the first time I had actually seen the school. So I was so welcomed, and I appreciate everybody at George Fox who welcomed me. And I personally really liked the maroon, but you know, if it changes, I'll have to come back and see it again too. I just wanted to say thank you so much for your hospitality and for taking the lead. I've heard from you and some of the members of the Pasadena community that this is our time to unite and build our legacy in the way that reflects our community. So I just appreciate you taking that on so much. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin.
Yes, Principal Blessing, it's wonderful to meet you. Thank you. And I have to say I spent many years confused about George Fox School because I happen to be a Quaker, which was founded by George Fox, just not that one. So, and I just want to thank you also for shepherding this process, because I can only imagine that given that the committee was formed a while ago.
July.
Yeah, your community, I'm sure, has known this was coming, and I'm sure it was not easy to sort of have that uncertainty out there. So thank you for shepherding everyone through that.
Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
I want to first thank you for all the hard work that you do, and this year in particular. And amidst all of this, we're renaming your school, and so
It's still business as usual for us.
You know what? And I remember when it came up, and although there's good arguments to one to the other, demonstrating to our children that there still is life moving forward, and we move forward, we move straight ahead, despite the ongoing challenges. But I just want to ask you to please extend the appreciation to the students. This is probably one of their very first engagements in democracy. And it's so important for everyone, adults and children, to understand that their vote counts. Every single person on here, including our student member, is subject to a vote. And that vote is how we get to our answers and how we got to our seats. So I'm so proud to see that we were able to take this opportunity and create a civics exercise where they're now going to actually get the feedback of this is what happens when you healthily participate in a process, that your elected people listen to you, and that your voices are heard, and that your voice does matter, and that your ability to control your community is very important. That's your space, that's your community, that's your school. And so I'm so proud and looking forward to supporting their recommendations. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. Ms. Blessing, thank you. And I really appreciate the side-by-side comparison that you provided as well of the results, both 1 and 2. It definitely makes a difference in interpretation when they're side by side. And I also want to thank you for your leadership on this, especially in the midst of civil unrest. The decisions that have to be made and the objectivity that has to be applied in a leadership role like yours as principal of George Fox Middle. It cannot be an easy role to take on. So thank you very much for that and for your presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Blessing, I believe you came from Annapolis High School.
I did.
Yeah.
And then Glen Burnie, and then George Fox.
Yeah. My
oldest, maybe two. Certainly my oldest was there when you were. And I know that George Fox has gained quite a talent in their school now. I just want to comment, first of all, thank you for being here. You have spoken eloquently for your school community, and I can see and feel and imagine how proud you are of your school community. This is not an easy thing. You know, not long ago, none of us really knew who George Fox was. We have, you know, we still have a few schools left that are named after people, and certainly caused us to all kind of want to learn more, right? So even there's a reason for going through this process. It's not easy on a school community. I know there's children there whose parents went to George Fox. That being said, my observation is that your school community has handled this with amazing grace, and I know you're proud of that.
Absolutely. The team of teachers and staff have made this an opportunity to engage in, as you mentioned, the civic conversation about what this is, and to talk about social justice and equity and all of those items that we have been working so hard on for a number of months and years now in this work. Our community has taken an opportunity to engage in the voting process, and it has been relatively seamless. It truly has been. And as I mentioned, it's been business as usual. Teaching and learning has been at the forefront and the focus of all that we've done on a daily basis. So we have just continued to move forward through this process.
Great. Thank you so much. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Ms. Blessing, thank you so much for all of your hard work. I'm recommending to the board that the board adopt the recommendation of the Community Committee to rename George Fox Middle School to Northeast Middle School.
I will move to accept the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education change the name of George Fox Middle School to Northeast Middle School, which reflects the choice of the Northeast Cluster community.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Board discussion. Mr. Silkworth?
Thank you, President Ellis. This Board of Education voted to change the name of George Fox Middle based upon a report presented to us by a committee of distinguished members. Today, Principal Blessing of George Fox has presented a recommendation based on the outlined process. Dr. Alada has presented his recommendation. He recommends that we listen to the voice of this community. The process resulted in some extraordinary findings about one individual, Sarah Jones. I am sad to say that prior to this event, I, a veteran of 49 years of teaching in this county and 12 more years in this county as a student, did not know the facts about the accomplishments of Sarah Jones. Her name did appear on the long list of over 100 possible names, but her name did not make the top 10. Sarah Jones encouraged her teachers to live in the communities in which they taught. A prerequisite for teaching at Wiley Bates High School was a bachelor and a master's degree. She was known for her commitment to excellence. During her tenure, Black and white students were graduating from high school and entering college at the very same pace. Sarah Jones impacted all of Anne Arundel County over the course of her career. I believe that we must seize an opportunity to recognize the wonderful accomplishments of Ms. Jones. But if we truly want to honor Sarah Jones, we will spread the word about her accomplishments, about her vision for all students, and about her belief in excellence. Her belief in excellence. Her expectations were high, and students rose to the level of those expectations. If she were here today, I believe that she would say that you honor her best by promoting that same excellence that she believed in for her children. We can honor her best, not by naming a school after her, but by using her story, her beliefs, her mission to inspire all children to persevere and to dedicate themselves to the pursuit of excellence. So let us find ways to incorporate her story into the lessons we teach our children. Today's students deserve to be inspired by her and her story just as much as students were inspired by her when she worked so hard during a period in our history which was very difficult. Sarah Jones and the legacy she left is greater than a name on a building. She touched the hearts of those she knew, loved, supervised, mentored, and taught. Although I believe that we should follow, of course, the recommendation of the community and our superintendent. We should follow the recommendation. We should listen to their voice. At the same time, I believe and I recommend that we find a more appropriate manner to honor Sarah Jones for her extraordinary career in a way that will be meaningful to our students and communities. Sarah Jones brought people together at a time when people were separated. The same thing can happen now if we come together to find a way to not only honor her memory and her accomplishments, but to promote the same message that we must all strive and persevere for excellence in whatever we do. So I agree with naming the school based upon the recommendation. At the same time, I do think that we need to find a way to honor the memory of Sarah Jones. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Here we are about to vote to change the name of George Fox Middle School. We can all agree that voting to rename the school was the right choice, but there are a few different options on what the new name should be. The community has recommended to this board that we rename the school to Northeast Middle School, but another part of the community wants to rename the school to Sarah V. Jones Middle School. Let's look at exactly how we got to these two choices. Northeast Middle School in the second and final round of voting received 406 of 795 votes, just over 50%. This choice was pretty obvious. It makes sense. After all, we have an Arundel High School and an Arundel Middle School, a Crofton Middle School and a Crofton High School, and of course, a Meade Middle School and the illustrious Meade High School, home of the Mustangs. So it only makes sense that there should be a Northeast High School and a Northeast Middle School. What I just stated was most people's thought process. Looking through the 100+ name choices, they voted for something that was familiar. It's human nature. When given a list of names and nothing else, you're going to vote for the one that you're most familiar with. The same exact thing happened with the name recommendation for the new Crofton High School. 75 names were proposed, one of which was Sarah V. Jones, but over 80% of the 402 votes that were cast went to the Crofton High School, simply because the community was familiar with that name. But I'm confident that if a little bit of text followed each name choice, that we would see different totals in the George Fox Middle School vote. I'm certain that if the community knew the story of Sarah V. Jones and her achievements, that many more people would have voted for her. So who exactly was Sarah V. Jones? I would answer this question, but one of our students already did. Amaya Matarang, a senior at Northeast High School and an alumna of George Fox Middle, who we heard from today. She recently wrote an op-ed in the Capital Gazette, and this is what she had to say. Quote, Sarah V. Jones was an African-American woman who from 1926 to 1964 served as the supervisor of colored schools for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Before we go any further, let's put all this into perspective. She was black. She was a black woman. Overt racism and sexism was the status quo, and women had just gotten the right to vote in 1920. End quote. Amaya then goes on to discuss how Sarah V. Jones was committed to providing excellent education to black children and made sure that the colored schools had highly trained teachers. And according to the op-ed during Jones' tenure, and as Mr. Silkworth just said, black and white students are graduating from high school and entering college at the same pace. I'm going to repeat it once again. Sarah V. Jones had white students and black students graduating at the same pace. This was way before AACPS was dedicated to eliminating all gaps, and this was when all means all just applied to the white students. And this wasn't all that long ago, as some would have you believe. Over these past few days, all the history teachers I have probably ever had probably got a warm and fuzzy feeling all over because I did more research on segregation in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I did not just use Google. I picked this book up, A Century of Separate but Equal Education in Anne Arundel County. This book describes the stumbling blocks that black students had to get past in order to get a quality education. The book details how some students would be on the bus for almost 2.5 hours daily to get to Bates High School while passing other schools on their way from rural parts of the county. But I was already acutely aware of this as my grandfather would sometimes have to walk from Lothian all the way to Bates High School. And when some of those black students arrived at school, many would go into an antiquated building with an outhouse, and they would have no custodial staff to clean the classrooms or light the fire that they use for heat. They would then use old textbooks and playground equipment that was often bought by the school's PTA and not the county. But despite all this, the students marched on. Despite all this, the students got educated. My grandparents and their siblings got educated. It is clear to me that when the resources were few and the obstacles were plenty, Sarah V. Jones got the job done. I'm sure by now that you all think that Sarah V. Jones was a true trailblazer whose work in this county is second to none. But shockingly, when I go to look up Sarah V. Jones, I find only a few blurbs from Black History Month posts with a very blurry photograph. Her personal life is a complete mystery. To me, it seems like Mrs. Jones' contributions are not being honored and instead slowly being forgotten. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to finally honor the legacy of Sarah V. Jones. Her name has always been floated around, but the last time it got a true serious consideration by this board was in 1997 when it was a possible name for Mary Moss at J. Albert Adams Academy. This board can finally uplift her voice and story, and let's not squander it. Don't think of the short term, think of the long term. I spoke with a former AACPS student that met Mrs. Jones in the past. She said that Mrs. Jones inspired her to become an educator for the county and work in central office. And another former student said about Mrs. Jones, quote, she was a woman who wanted us all, teachers and students alike, to always put our best foot forward. This soft-spoken woman inspired us with the love she had for us, end quote. That was then, so fast forward to now, and think of that young student who will walk into the middle school and ask, who was Sarah V. Jones? And think of how that student will be inspired to do good like her. Let's do the right thing to honor a hero of the past and inspire our students of the future. And that is why I move to amend the motion to read that the board rename George Fox Middle School to Sarah V. Jones Middle School.
Yeah.
Point of order.
That is not, we cannot have a motion to amend a motion that upholds the superintendent's recommendation. The superintendent made a recommendation. We have a motion on the table to uphold the superintendent's recommendation, and we can't change the recommendation. So we can't amend the motion to do that.
I thought that was the case too, but I had a conversation with Mr. Burns and he looked over the motion and I described the process. He said someone's going to recommend it and he said this was fine and dandy. So
we have board counsel here now, and I'm sorry, that's my understanding of it.
So there can be a secondary motion during a primary motion, but once that secondary motion begins and it is seconded, then you have to dispose of that secondary motion. So there's been an amendment that is in place for the board, it has been seconded, there must be a discussion, and then it must be voted on before you can go back to your primary motion, which is to accept the superintendent's.
Okay, so the motion on the, can you please read the motion on, that was on the table that is now being amended? This is the part I'm having trouble with. Is how does this amendment change that? What is the wording? If the amendment were to pass, what would be the wording of the motion we would be voting on?
So I think that perhaps Mr. Smith's motion should not be as to make that amendment, but not to amend the primary motion. Mr. Smith's motion should be a new motion regarding the renaming in another way. It shouldn't be, because, right, you can have a secondary motion, that is correct, Mr. Smith, but you can't amend the primary motion.
Okay, that's where I was confused.
Because then it's no longer a motion. You can't take out the whole.
Point of order.
Wait.
I had a point of order that I was still, that's why.
Okay.
And it's not
So
against you. I just
I'm
need to
consulting
understand
with
the
board
process.
counsel. So if we're understanding correctly, we had a motion on the table and there is a motion to a secondary motion is what you call it, not an amendment.
Correct. So so a secondary motion can be made during a primary motion. So we cannot at this point amend this primary motion in that way. But a secondary motion can be made by Mr. Smith and has been seconded, then the board can have a discussion, but they must dispose of that secondary motion prior to, before they can go back to the primary motion. But you can't, you're not at a point, like, this is not like a friendly amendment to the primary motion. So
Right.
because of that, it has to be a secondary motion as it relates to this topic. And renaming it.
Okay. So we have a motion. So basically someone can make a motion and someone else can say,
My point of order, Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
President Ellis, I do not believe was addressed in its entirety, only in its
Call
in
the point of order.
part. And I'll defer to council on this, but my understanding, because I've got too many little things on here, it would take me too long. To look up with the specificity, but I thought that an amendment to it cannot change it so dynamically that it becomes negated in its entirety. And since we have one specific, not a choice, it's not a choice motion, it is a motion with clearly only one primary component, and that is the actual name. I don't know how we could proffer a secondary motion to that without completely negating the motion itself, the primary motion itself. And that's what I'd like clarification on, because I'm all for amendments, but this doesn't seem to rise to the level of a true amendment. It would either need to be a choice selection vote or handled after this motion is disposed of because of the content, not because of the process in and of itself.
Okay. And I understand what you're saying. Yes, there can't, at this point, the motion for an amendment cannot be done, but there can be a secondary motion. I
Correct,
think that
correct.
that's the
Yeah, I just wanted
confusion.
to.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
okay.
there could be an amendment after there's discussion if somebody wanted to make an amendment, but because this amendment is based on what the pending motion is, the amendment basically defeats the entire motion. So there should be a vote on that. But since there's now going to be, if there's a request for a secondary motion, which is not an amendment that would defeat your
Correct.
primary.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes,
getting
that
at.
is
Yeah,
correct. But
correct.
Mr. Smith is correct that there can be a secondary motion, not just the motion the one that he currently made, but there can be a secondary motion within your primary.
Within the parameters that it is an amendment not of, or a motion of process.
Correct. Just another sort of motion. Yes, there could be an amendment, but it would not be, I don't believe it would be as it was stated just
It
now.
cannot cancel out the
Correct,
the
because
action.
all you would have, at this point, then the board would just vote.
Yeah.
And if the board were to defeat the primary motion, then there could be a different motion, which would become a new primary motion regarding that
Mhm.
issue.
So
Thank you.
point for clarification as well, please. So then what the motion that Mr. Smith introduced is still open then?
Not really, because it was not a proper motion during this primary motion.
So his intent, though, is to introduce a secondary motion. He was, according to him, he was given legal guidance to do it this way. So does he now withdraw that and introduce the secondary motion?
Yeah, yes, he would have to, right now, the secondary motion or the motion that was introduced is not a proper motion, so that can't be accepted or part of this discussion.
Understood.
So he has to redo his secondary motion.
Then President Ellis, I respectfully request that Mr. Smith be allowed to withdraw what he understood to be the secondary motion to allow him to introduce the secondary motion appropriately, please.
So, and before I do that, I just want to comment. I just want to thank you, Ms. Jones, for the insight. But I guess I'm confused and kind of, it's weird when you switch lawyers in the middle. Like Mr. Burns told me one thing before the entire conversation, and Ms. Jones is telling us another thing. And I'm not, questioning your opinion. I'm going to take it, but I just think maybe going forward, just so to avoid any confusion, outside from this particular that we just come up with a process to make it show that it's, I guess, smoother when we transition lawyers in the middle, because this is, is not the first time we've had Miss Jones here, with her with her insight, and I just want to make sure that we don't get to a situation like this where you think something's right, but then something changes. It's kind of like switching doctors.
Okay, right now,
And
we
of course,
have
of
an
course, of
attorney
course,
here
of
and-
course. So I would like to rescind my previous motion. I guess I move that we rename George Fox Middle to Sarah V. Jones Middle School.
So does that
Point of
mean-
order, appears to be the same motion.
No, the
because the
previous one
intent,
mentioned, the previous one had the word amendment in it. Which,
Exactly.
but we have a primary motion up, and this is
Yeah.
this is an opposing motion to it, not, and I don't understand how this would be acceptable, because it
certainly
once
is
again,
counter
it's not
to-
secondary to the primary motion, because there's only one function of this motion, and that is the name.
Correct, as is currently being recommended by the superintendent. I think that maybe we could take a break and
Yep.
if I can talk to Mr. Smith so that I can try to better understand what his motion is and what he is trying to accomplish so that we can do this properly. There is
Yep.
an appropriate way to do this so we can have the secondary motion
I
so
would
that
like
there
to
can be
introduce a
discussion.
point of order, though, because first of all, this is not opposing. We have the opportunity to rename a school as the Board of Education. This recommendation from the superintendent was entered, and now there's a secondary motion.
And we're consulting board counsel, and I'm going to break right now.
I got it.
We're going to break to consult with board counsel. Can I have a motion to close
I move to
consult?
close.
Second.
Okay. Do we have consensus? Thank you. Hi, we're back, and I apologize for the break there. We had to consult with the board attorney. There was a little bit of question and confusion among board members about parliamentary procedure. So I'm going to ask Ms. Jones to explain where we are now.
At this point, after discussion, the motion that was made by Mr. Smith and then later seconded was not a proper secondary motion. So therefore, is my understanding Mr. Smith is going to make that withdrawal of that motion, and he will have additional comments in order to proceed. And so that way we can continue to proceed appropriately.
Okay, thank you. So currently where we are is, should Mr. Smith withdraw the motion? We have a motion on the table, the one that was offered initially by Ms. Frank to uphold the superintendent's recommendation. And that's where we will proceed.
After the withdrawal, correct?
Correct. Mr. Smith?
Well, thank you, Ms. Jones, for everything. And everything I said before the motion still stands. I think, Sarah V. Jones, if people had known about her, they would have voted for her. And that's why I would like to rescind my motion and withdraw my motion and, encourage my colleagues to vote down the motion on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Schallheim?
Yes. I first want to thank the the Northeast Cluster community for their input. Like I said before, like this is an emotional process. We're talking about your school. We're talking about your community. And thank you for your patience throughout this process. And then, of course, today, as we wade into parliamentary waters, too deep for sometimes too deep for us at this after a long day in meetings. I very much appreciated hearing from the community with regard to the name Sarah V. Jones. I will admit my own ignorance. I did not know who she was until I was educated about it, and it's quite remarkable to be a woman, and then a woman of color, in a very racist, sexist time, under an overtly racist boss in a racist school system at that moment. And her, what she was able to do was remarkable, and I'm fully in support, and I'm sure there'll be other motions. I definitely have one as well later when it's appropriate, to try to find ways to honor her legacy and to acknowledge the history of segregation in our schools, to try to perhaps find what other hidden figures exist in our school system's history, and honor them as we learn about them. The Anti-Racist Act here was the act of electing to rename this school. So I don't think we should lose sight of that. That was the Anti-Racist Act here. And after we get through this vote, I know that several of us have other things to say and to bring, and that's all I have at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I want to extend my thanks to the principal, to the community at Northeast, in the Northeast cluster, for going through this process and bringing their input to us. This is a very complex discussion and a complex decision. I think we must always be mindful of how and why these decisions are made and who ultimately bears the responsibility. We have seen when we had a few weeks ago the committee that was convened to make a recommendation on renaming the school, reminded me at least, and I think we all heard, that it will be the Board of Education that bears the responsibility for the vote that we make today, not the community that voted. And I think that always needs to be clear in the communication of this process. And historically, when people look back on these decisions, 50 years from now, maybe more, they will hold us accountable for our vote. And I agree very much with Ms. Schalheim. I think the anti-racist decision here was the decision to remove the name of George Fox. And I am personally proud that we made that decision. And I think it's important to keep sight of that. And I thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you, President Ellis. Well, as I indicated earlier, when our rock star principal was up here sharing her presentation, and I want to just maybe elaborate a little bit more, and I think it's relevant. And first, I want to just acknowledge Mr. Silkworth's comments, because there's quite a few things in there that I definitely connect with and agree upon, and I'll elaborate on that in a minute. I do want to elaborate first on what it means for the community to engage in this process. We have a lot of community engagement, and ultimately we do have an ownership and responsibility for all decisions that the board makes. But that is under an assumption that we're all part of a team, that we're all part of one big family. We say this all the time. AACPS is a family. And any person that has been in leadership understands that your authority to override the wills of the groups of the advisors should be always consistently based on some criteria that is logical, respectful, and truly speaks to the intent and duty and purpose of your power. And when we're talking about naming of a school, the school is one of the anchors of the community, is it not? It's where we send our kids, where we trust to send our children to be educated. It's where we have our extracurricular activities. It's where we convene. As Ms. Frank had spoken earlier during reopening, we have community engagements that occur in our school grounds. We have younger youth and athletic associations that utilize that facility. It's a center, it's a hub, it's a place where you take your little ones to go play on the playground after school hours. It's where dreams are born and the dreams of those students and of those kids. And so the families of those students, that is theirs. And that's why we have the PTA also managing all that level. That's why we have a principal and her staff sitting there dedicated, making those decisions at the school, such as for reopening on our behalf. It's because it's theirs. It's part of their community. We're all part of a bigger community, but what is your definition? And when is it appropriate to override? When is it appropriate to say, I'm sorry, you got it wrong? Because no matter how you wordsmith it, if you don't go with the recommendation of that majority, which included the same historians that we gathered from across the county and the precept to determine if a school should be named, that's how it's going to read. It will be a rejection of their recommendation. Ask yourself, why are you rejecting it? Is there something wrong with the decision? Is there a health? Is there a safety matter? Were we not considering equity in the equity lens? I'm very confident that Dr. Olato, Ms. Jackson, Dr. McMahon, Dr. Gillens, and everybody else was very engaged in this one. More so maybe than even Crofton, because of the significance of it. I don't see what is wrong with the first four of those, as a matter of fact. It's what the community chose. It wasn't just an arbitrary decision about a location or the simplest way to go, I don't believe. And the people I talked to, I went and I sat in with Crofton during those naming processes and visited some of those meetings. That's not what it was about. It was about, this is my area, this is my location, this is part of my identity. That's a difference. I cannot suspect or suppose those conversations, nor would I impose those suppositions of any of that on any school and school community. Those are their conversations. There is no harm, and there is clear pride that was conveyed through their representative. The representative that was elected by the parents and the folks in that community is sitting right here today and proffered that motion. Knows those community members like the back of their hand. loves her community, understands them, knows the street that the middle school is on, been there, understands the community. It's okay to want to do more, to want to seize a moment and take an opportunity to maybe right a wrong or an appearance of that. That's different than the ultimate name sitting on that school that the community is going to look at to represent them. Almost 900 students in the middle school had an opportunity to really genuinely engage in a civic exercise alongside with their parents. Are we saying that elected officials are not going to honor that? I don't mind health and safety, and I definitely don't mind the other. But folks, I think there are better ways of accomplishing recognitions. One of the reasons we're in here is because a school was named after a person. Is it not? Seems to me like every time I turn around, there's another building, another statue, another something that is determined now that we know more about history, because we're always learning as a society, that it wasn't all quite copacetic. And it's no surprise to me, because every single one of us are human beings with tons of flaws and imperfections, and we're not always going to make the right decision. We're going to get it wrong sometimes. And that's why I think that it makes sense to identify with the location, to identify with what that means. But most important, this community made a conscientious, outward, embrace the opportunity to participate. And I don't believe that their outcome was wrong. There's nothing wrong with those names. It does not show any disrespect or otherwise. But as the principal had said, and pardon me, Ms. Blessings, I don't mean to chew on it. I jotted down a couple notes though. It really stuck out to me that, they embraced the opportunity. They really did. This is about them. They conscientiously thought about it. Miss Jones' name was on the list. And the people have spoken, probably because it's too small of an honor for her. Quite frankly, someone who did this much for an entire county to be off in some community neighborhood school on a building in a name, I don't think that does her justice. And I think, although it may feel like the right thing to do now because of all the other conversations, we got to take a look back at her legacy and who we have now imposed upon her name to represent, which are all those employees that she worked under, all those, every single one of them that suffered at that hand of Mr. Fox and sought refuge in her and found the opportunities of education despite all of that. I think there's something bigger and more significant there. I'd like to see us get some of our historians that we had up there, engage some others in addition to Tony, in addition to Janice and some of the others. And let's do this once, do it well, do it right. Not 3 days after an op-ed piece, fly out a decision that throws out months and months of hard work. Is that what exercising our duties and decision are? Because that wasn't on the agenda. And unless you were paying attention to the otherwise, you wouldn't even know that we're having this conversation at almost 5:30 in the afternoon, 5:36, something like that. I'm uncomfortable with the transparency in summary, and I highly support the community. And I do apologize, Ms. Ellis, I normally don't talk this long, but I felt compelled that this is too important and for us to fly through. So I appreciate your indulgence, and I will reserve, if a second round is done, to possibly make additional comment in response.
Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, President Ellis. I am still procedurally confused. I do not understand once Mr. Smith withdrew his motion, it is my understanding he still had the floor. Because
He took the floor, he withdrew his motion and said that he was reiterating what he had said prior and to please consider not voting for this motion.
Understood. I'm just confused about why there was no secondary motion introduced when it was understood that one could be introduced.
There was not a motion to offer that was going to substantively amend the motion on the table. It was a completely different motion. That was, and we have now been through, we consulted the board attorney, we came back, she gave an explanation. I don't think we can continue discussing the parliamentary procedure part of this because we have moved on.
So I understand that as a board member, I need to understand procedure for sure. As this particular one in renaming, we've renamed before as a board. I am looking at our policy as well, and our policy indicates that the PTA, the Parent Teacher Association of a new school, may recommend for adoption by the board a name for the school. As I interpret that, I see it as one of an option, of several options for this board to consider, not just one. So therefore, I'm at a loss procedurally how we're going about doing this. Secondly, there's too much of a narrative to indicate that this board disregards what the communities tell us. And I think it is just unfair to our processes and to our school system for any level of distrust to be insinuated because we have chosen options in renaming. That is what we're here to do. And so that was my confusion. Out of respect, as always, President Ellis, I will abide by your wishes to move on. But I'm very disappointed in the way this process is going. So with that, I want to reiterate that we as a board have some obligations in this renaming. And this renaming was introduced back in July, only 2 months after what will go down in history as one of the most significant, violent, and atrocious acts of hate had occurred. And that was the death of George Floyd, where only you had to turn on your basic news channel. You didn't have to have cable or otherwise. And you could witness this Black man being murdered on camera. So when Ms. Hammer introduced the renaming, I admit I was concerned with the introduction. As I learned more about it and learned more about this procedure of renaming in this moment, I understood differently and was prepared as a board member to support an informed decision from my point, from my research, from my information received. When Sarah V. Jones' name was brought up, it was not 3 days ago. It was actually the committee that came to visit with us on the renaming. One of the requests from one of the members is that we consider Sarah V. Jones. In my research, and this is sad that I sit here on the Board of Education for Anne Arundel County, but I've only been able to identify 2 credible sources on Mrs. Jones' input and sacrifice to this system. With that said, in consideration of the recommendation from the superintendent, I am not against the name of Northeast. I am for, as well, though, the name for Sarah V. Jones. And I believe this board should have those choices in this vote. That's all I have for now.
Okay, so yeah, I made a couple notes. First of all, you know, it's unfortunate and it's fortunate in different ways that a principal came to us today with pride and joy in her school community to offer the name of choice by her school community. And we are discussing for this long something else, someone else. However, again, the fortunate part is we're discussing Sarah V. Jones. The name has been introduced to us. We can't ignore that. I am eternally grateful for to Miss Mattering for being the first one to really open my eyes to who Sarah V. Jones was. Now, not that I would have interjected myself into the naming process, but I feel honored and privileged at this time to now know more, and I thank you for that. Without a doubt, this is an individual, one of the heroes in our county's history, who absolutely should be honored and commemorated. I have some ideas on that. But the renaming of George Fox Middle School was done to right a wrong. And that now has been done. The decision has been made to rename the school. What's concerning is that I think, but understandable, I think a lot of people see poetic justice in renaming this particular school Sarah V. Jones because of the name that it's replacing and the history there. But what I'm hearing, especially from the words from Miss Blessing that she brought from her school, is that this community wants to come together and move on. It's not about history for them. This is their school. This is their school. It's not, Miss Blessing mentioned focus on the present and the future. It is not easy for anyone to rename their school. I brought it up earlier. There's parents with kids there now. Those parents went to George Fox Middle School. Their kids are no longer going to be going to George Fox Middle School, right? But it's not true that there's not meeting in Northeast. Ms. Corkadell brought up Crofton High School. I was a Crofton teen. It was in the 80s, dating myself, that we started talking about Crofton High School. And it wasn't that high school we're going to get in Crofton. We called it in the 80s Crofton High School because that was our community. When kids go to middle school, they're not there for very long before all they're thinking about is getting to that high school. Northeast High School. Northeast has a lot of meaning to this community. And we have a policy, we have regulations. Yes, I think we've all learned something else. It's time for an update. But we do have a policy and regulations on this. And this community, again, graciously, gracefully went through this renaming process. They've made a choice. We had heard testimony today from the president and the vice president of the PTA. So the idea that the position probably has changed in the community now that they've learned more. That's not what I'm hearing from the school. And I think the PTA president and vice president would be rather in tune to that by now if everyone was saying, hey, wait a minute, I want to change my vote. So again, thank you for teaching us all about Sarah V. Jones. We certainly do have, I think, steps to take to honor this outstanding figure. Let's not put all this on the shoulders of this community who's just trying to move on. So I'm fully in support of supporting the superintendent's recommendation, of supporting the recommendation that was brought before us by Ms. Blessing. And again, I thank you for being here. I apologize that it's been lengthy. Ms. Frank.
Point of information, are we going to do a second round?
Well, right now we're on Ms. Frank and then we'll decide. But I honestly, Mr. Smith, we do have a vote to take. And again, this is a very, very important topic and we all had really important things to say, but I don't think we should have another round of monologues, to be honest.
Well, so Ms. Frank, I mean,
Ms. Frank offered the motion.
No,
so.
I know. Wait, no. The board the board's our policy, right? Is that the motion maker always gets the final say, right? Now, if I were to say something else, we have to turn it back over to Ms. Frank.
That's correct.
Now, would it be in the best interest for me to go then Ms. Frank, or Ms. Frank, me, Ms. Frank?
No, I'm not going to call on you. I'm going to call Ms. Frank because she hasn't had another chance to speak. If the board wishes to go through another round, I'm going to quickly get a sense of that. But again, I will be putting limits on the amount of speaking. We can't all make speeches over and over again. Ms. Frank.
This was an exciting year for Pasadena in that we got a representative elected official for our Board of Education. I looked forward to that for years, and there was talk in the community for years about having elected representation. So it is an honor for me to be here and be a part of this conversation. I mentioned earlier that it was the first time going to George Fox Middle with Dr. Arlotto fairly recently. But my roots in Pasadena run very deeply. My mother graduated from George Fox, and I was a student at High Point Elementary for all 5 years of my elementary school and was on track to go to George Fox until we moved. And then I became a Chesapeake side of the community. So I have deep roots in both areas of Pasadena and many, many good friends that I still stay in touch with today. And I understand how close my community is, and I appreciate all of their input in the last couple months while also dealing with all that life has thrown at them over the last year. And to ask them to participate at the time of the vote, I was concerned that they would not, because there is so much going on. And I actually brought that to Mrs. Ellis, President Ellis, and I said, I feel like it's so much. But they rallied and they showed up and they turned out with their voice and they voted. And this is their vote. I was elected to serve my community. I was not elected to dictate to them what I think is right and what I think is wrong, unless I feel that there has been a mistake that is made. I am a servant of my community and a servant of this board. Two of the representatives from the PTA of the school spoke earlier. Both of them supported this name. This name will continue to be George Fox until we vote to replace it. I would like to keep that in mind. Principal Blessing, in representing our school and representing this school, wrote and testified that this has given our school community an opportunity to show unity and that they are eager to move forward. in speaking with my constituents, I have also heard stories of teachers telling their students, wait until you get home and talk about this with your parents. And these were dinner time conversations. These were family involved conversations. These were important moments in these child's life. And they embraced this responsibility of having a vote and having a voice in our community. And as Mrs. Corkadell said, some for the first time ever. This unity could potentially be destroyed tonight by an extremely small minority, mostly outside of my district, who may have more influence than the 978 members who did not vote for Sarah V. Jones in the first round of voting. And that is a tragedy. I am speaking on behalf of the families of the community members of District 3, and we have spoken. Thank you.
And something else to say, I'm going to caution board members. I'm going to go around one more time, and if you have something, a new point to offer, say it quickly and succinctly. There will be no more speeches at this time. Mr. Silkworth, do you have anything to add?
No comment.
Mr. Smith?
I just want to add, I think that where this conversation has gone is not what anyone meant. I think a lot of the members think that changing the name to Sarah V. Jones is somehow equivalent to taking Christmas away from these middle schoolers and the families, right? This vote was an uninformed decision. Most families got off work in the middle of a pandemic, looked right at the screen, and they said, oh, Northeast Middle School, this is Northeast High School. That makes sense, right? If this was all about the community's Pasadena. I'm sure they probably would have picked Pasadena Middle School if it was really about the community. And right. And we can say, you know, we've written the wrong by renaming George Fox. What about Sarah V. Jones' legacy? Right? She's still going to be forgotten. Right? We can say we're going to put a new plaque out in the Board of Education. How many students go to the Board of Education, especially now in this pandemic? Right? Anytime you rename a school after somebody, it's because they made a lasting impact to the county. They have done something that we feel like we need to uplift their voice. And Sarah V. Jones has done that. So let's keep this centered around, you know, what she's done, not what we're taking away from anybody. We're not taking away anyone's voice, right? They voted knowing that this is a recommendation to the Board of Education. We're all elected to, you know, make the decisions on their behalf, right? Not always take exactly what they say, because if we did that, I mean, a lot of decisions we made this year probably would not have been made.
Mr. Smith, please summarize. Sorry.
I would like to finish.
Well, I have said everyone's had a chance to make a speech.
No, but I think
need
where
you
this
to-
board has gone, they made it seem like, you know, what was put in the paper was trying to limit the voice of the Pasadena community. And I'm not gonna, you know, sit here and take that, right? Like some members in this community have a bone to pick with the Pasadena community. That's not it. We just want to I want to make sure that we're truly righting a wrong. And then, you know, everyone's quoting Principal Blessing, right? She also said this was used as an opportunity to learn about equity and justice. Don't we want those conversations to continue? They can continue under a Sarah V. Jones Middle School, right? Sarah V. Jones Middle School. Who is Sarah V. Jones? A student might ask. Who is Sarah V. Jones? Then they learn about her legacy. They learn about segregation. They might be inspired to pick up a book like this, like I did. This inspired me to take the initiative to learn more about my community.
Point of order. I wish that the presiding officer's granting be upheld and request upheld with brevity.
Point of order. I gave everyone else a chance to speak, and the board members are allowed to speak pretty much for as long as they want, as long as it's still on the topic. This is relevant. Once again, we're taking a turn I didn't want to take, right? We also talked about, you know, we don't know how to honor Sarah V. Jones. What's a higher honor than getting a school named after a person? Tell me. Nothing. Unless you want to name the entire county after her, right? I mean, this just wasn't an informed decision by the community. I think we all agree that we should change our renaming process. And this is not taking away anyone's voice. This is not gonna. No child's gonna go home if this doesn't pass and say, "I'm never gonna vote in an election again." I mean, I think we really just spun this the entirely wrong way. So I think if we really want to right or wrong, vote no to Northeast and, do the right thing and honor Sarah V. Jones, because for years and years and years, I mean, it's been 50 plus years since she has retired from the school system, and the impact she made, and for none of us who sit on this board, who walk past her portrait every day to come in this room, not to know anything about her, I mean, that really just says something how we're going to treat those heroes of the segregated era. And now I finished my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schulheim?
All I want to say is I have a motion at the appropriate time, and thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
No additional comments.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell?
There's only one thing that Mr. Smith had said in his reiteration that I think is worthy of clarification. I believe, and I don't want to speak on Mr. Silkworth's behalf, but I know I did, and Ms. Frank also did, I believe, express an interest in having some sort of committee or somebody actually review it. I don't believe anybody spoke to a plaque or directly, and so I just wanted to clarify my comments. Number one is I was familiar with Ms. Jones, so no, not every member of the board came in here with ignorance, and that is due to some of my past experience and work with the county, not because of this process here, and that I was not, there was no supposition there as it relates to some of the reiterations. And no further comment. Thank you very much,
Ms.
President
Antwine?
Ellis.
Again, I say this board deserved choices in this renaming as our policy allows. The Parent Teacher Association in their testimony, as well as the recommendation to us was sent in and accepted. And again, this narrative that's insinuating that somehow we are wrong for having options in this renaming, I think is out of line for the purpose and intent of this renaming. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
I would like to remind the board of the motion that I made as the District 3 representative at the March 17th meeting, and that motion was to adopt the recommendation of the George Fox Middle School Historical Renaming Evaluation Committee to change the name of George Fox Middle School to reflect the values of the community, understanding that the Pasadena community will recommend a new name for board to consider for approval. That motion was unanimous. To then come back and say at this date that we have made an uninformed decision is an insult to that community. It is disgraceful to say that about a community. I have no further comments.
Ms. Howe, can you read the motion, please?
Yes, Ms. Franks move to accept the superintendent's recommendation that the Board of Education change the name of George Fox Middle School to Northeast Middle School, which reflects the choice of the Northeast Cluster community. Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Nay.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
President Ellis, something I did not share, but I shared earlier, I too have motions I would like to make, please.
Okay. I would like to, and certainly you're welcome to stay, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to thank you for being here and for presenting to us. And congratulations to Congratulations to the students of Northeast Middle School. I look forward to learning about the exploration of mascot and colors. It can be a fun and exciting time. So thank you.
If I could, Madam President, while we have the principal and regional here, because I'm sure they'll certainly get questions and the board may be thinking the same, that with the now a new name, it will officially take hold on July 1.
That was my
There
question.
is a process that we have to go through. It's not a particularly lengthy or intricate process, but there's a process in the renaming of a school at the MSDE level. We'll now undertake that. The name will officially change beginning July 1 of this summer, and then all the signage and changes will then soon follow. So thank you.
And thank you for that clarification. I was wondering that. I jotted that question down and I forgot to ask. Thank you. So I've been told that there are additional motions to offer before we move on from this agenda item. So I believe Ms. Schallheim was the first one who spoke up. Sorry.
Okay. So I move that Dr. Arlotto convene a committee for the purposes of recommending to the board appropriate and proportional ways to honor Sarah V. Jones as the first supervisor/superintendent of Black schools and acknowledge the history of segregation within Anne Arundel County Public Schools.
Second.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Silkworth?
I'm going to stand by my comments earlier that I think we need to come up with some way to honor this fantastic woman for her service to our students and our communities in our county. So I would certainly be in favor of that.
Mr. Smith?
I agree with Mr. Silkworth. Maybe in the future, Sarah V. Jones High School.
Ms. Schallheim?
I'll speak last. Since it was
Oh,
my
right.
motion.
I'm sorry.
Thank
I'm
you.
just going down the line. Ms. Frank? No comments. Dr. Tobin?
Yes, I'm wholeheartedly in support of this. I will say that I too was familiar with Ms. Jones before this came up. I have been an admirer of her for a long time. And one of the things I have gathered from what little there is out there, but I've been fortunate to speak with some individuals who knew her directly, was that she was, in addition to being incredibly accomplished, she was a very humble woman. And I would imagine that the last thing she would have wanted would have been anything commemorating her to be a source of anger and division. And so I hope, first of all, as the motion states, that we should this committee be convened. First of all, the commemorating element be appropriate to the level of contribution that Ms. Jones made, which was extraordinary, and that it be something that unifies this larger community. Because I can only imagine, given what she dealt with, that there would have been nothing more important to her than that. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
Well, in the course of the last motion, I know we've all made comments on this one, so I'll be very, very brief because I was suggesting it out and I knew someone would come up with the correct words of the motion. Thank you very much, Ms. Schallheim. I think we'll all be in unity on that. And I got to echo Dr. Tobin's thoughts here. We need to make sure two things happen. Number one is that, when names are caught in phrase of things, it can have an impact to the negative. And I think we have a great opportunity here. We have a lot of historians Now, I learned about Miss Jones through a series of local historians, self-proclaimed or otherwise. These guys know our history and have stories to tell, and that's kind of what I envision is those moments where we can tell those stories around the proverbial campfire, bonfire, so to speak, or fireplace for decades to come. And I think there's a great opportunity in Miss Jones and how we and the possibilities. We have a clean slate here. This is not isolated to one. It doesn't have to be just one thing either. And so I look forward to some of the suggestions and opportunities that can arise to this, to perhaps even link in and become a teachable moment and an education opportunity. And I think that is truly a great way to honor an educator, is to turn that into the ultimate teachable moment. And clearly we have a lot to learn about her and about how we examine the opportunities of unity that come our way, and will we take those and will we honor them? And I look forward to working with my colleagues to do so. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. What Ms. Schalheim is offering, I think is definitely appropriate, and it is part of many things I think should be done in order to not only honor a pioneer, a person who literally changed our system for the better. It is also an opportunity for us to do more immediate things as well, or in parallel with the committee. So as I shared before, I do have additional motions I would like to introduce when it's appropriate, President Ellis.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think I don't think there's a board member here today who did not in some way state that they believe it is appropriate and important to commemorate this historical figure in our county. And so I certainly said that myself. I do want to just state something. This is not to take away from what we're doing here now, but to make sure our public understands, because I know I read an email yesterday maybe from a student who was saying, please choose this name. I don't believe we have any buildings in the county named after a Black person. And so I just want to make sure everyone knows. We have Mills Parole Elementary School honoring Walter Mills, who was, I believe, a teacher on the suit. Principal, you're correct. Principal on the suit in the name of the teachers to have equal pay on the suit against George Fox. We have the J. Albert Adams Academy, a beautiful, beautiful location, land that was owned by J. Albert Adams, I believe, who was a Black businessman in our county's history. We have the Frank Hebron Harmon Elementary School, and this building, the Parham building, Carol Parham, right? There aren't a lot of buildings left in the school system that have names on them. So absolutely, I believe the county has recognized the significant achievements of historical Black figures in our county, and and certainly that should continue, but I just want to correct that misunderstanding that some people may have. One thing I was going to offer a motion today, and I thought of this days ago. I'm not going to offer it today as a motion, but I would certainly like it to be considered perhaps by the committee. But I have asked Dr. Arlotto, we have a big portrait display in the lobby of the Parham building that has the portraits of all of our former superintendents and present. And and there's a small picture of Sarah V. Jones signifying her importance in this county, but I think it's time to elevate her to the level of our former superintendents, because she oversaw what 40 schools who were treated separately. So in my mind, she was the superintendent of a school system. So I would like to see that. I've asked Dr. Arlotto if this is possible. Dr. Arlotto,
It is indeed possible. Absolutely. But now that we're going to, well, we'll see what happens if there's a committee.
Correct.
Okay. I was going to say something, but I don't want to jump the gun.
Okay. Which is why I said, so I'm going to make this statement because like my point was I was going to offer a motion. This motion is a sort of comprehensive way to look at this figure and see how we should honor her. So I'm going to put it out there right now. I will not likely be supporting multiple motions on this topic because I would rather this topic come back to the agenda. Supposing that this current motion passes, I would like to allow that process to happen and come back to us before taking any other action. But that is certainly something that I would like to see. And so I am in favor, and since it seems I didn't hear any disagreement, I'm assuming we can move on with a vote. Okay. Oh, Ms. Schalheim.
Yeah, so it is high time that we, that we honor her, that we elevate her name, and do this in a way that is proportional to the wonderful job that she did, the groundbreaking work that she did. Again, a woman of color, in the time of a very in the time where I'm sure she faced racism and sexism on the daily, and working under someone who was overtly racist. I'm very happy about this also anti-racist act that I hope will succeed. I get the sense that it will, but we'll see. And let's right some wrongs and start some healing. This is a good way to start. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Howell.
Just to repeat the motion, Ms. Schalheim moved that Dr. Arlotto convene a committee for the purpose of recommending to the board appropriate and proportional ways to honor Sarah V. Jones as the first superintendent of Black schools, and acknowledge the history of segregation within Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Ms. Antoine, you had something?
Yes, President Ellis, I would like to introduce, since you didn't want multiple motions, as you all know, as the Board of Education this morning, I shared a series of motions to include the one that was just voted on by the board by Ms. Schalheim, as a culmination of interest in Sarah V. Jones from Mr. Smith, who I stand on, I believe, should have been allowed to do a secondary motion. and Ms. Schalheim and myself and others. So with that in mind, I do have not multiple, but I do have two motions out of the ones that I submitted this morning. So would you like for me to introduce both of them now?
No, we can
or-
only have one on the table at a time.
Yes, ma'am. So with that, I move that the name Sarah V. Jones be perpetually listed as a possible name during any school naming or renaming process conducted by AACPS and the Board of Education until such time as the board may select that name for a school.
Second.
Did you have something to talk? I was going to go to
Y-
Mr.
Yes,
Sutcliffe.
we'll have to get a legal opinion.
I
I'm
was
not
wondering that
sure
too.
That a motion as spoken by Ms. Antwine is, I think it works against the current renaming or naming policy. If you were to amend or change the policy, that would be different. But I don't believe that that you can have any names that are in perpetuity always on a list of naming unless that's part of the policy and it's not currently the verbiage of your policy.
So could we get that legal interpretation for Dr. Alato, please? And please understand, Dr. Alato, I don't arbitrarily introduce these motions. As I
No,
said
ma'am,
in my
nor did I
introduction,
suggest you did. I'm
I got
just
it reviewed.
offering my advice that it's something that we ought to look into before the board moves forward with a vote.
And I'm just sharing it was legally reviewed before it was introduced publicly.
Um, I'm sorry. This is not the best day to be facilitating a meeting. Ms. Schalheim, would you like to take over? No, so I understand what's being said. I think a question has been asked. I also have the questions. So, Ms. Jones, would you be able to offer a legal opinion on whether this motion perhaps conflicts with our current policy and regulations?
Wasn't Darren's advice enough? I'm just wondering.
I don't have it.
It is my understanding that this motion has been reviewed by my colleagues.
Okay.
And so as to how or if it needs to coincide with the policy, I know that is something that this board is considering. So it would just have to, they would have to work hand in hand.
Right.
In that consideration, but this has been reviewed by my colleague board counsel as an appropriate motion to make.
Okay, thank you. So,
President, just quickly, I guess housekeeping. Next time, Mr. Steve, you want to go with the microphone?
yeah, I'm sorry. You're correct.
This motion has been reviewed by board counsel, and so I understand what Dr. Alato has brought up, and so that would be something as the board when you are. It is my understanding that you intend to possibly review the policy on the name on providing names for schools because of its age, and so that is something that would have to coincide when you put it all back together, but. It has been, this particular motion, as it was stated, has been reviewed.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I comment on the legal interpretation? Because I honestly,
our attorney has advised us, and
can I ask her because so I can understand just really quick. Pursuant to Article 10, page 113. A main motion that proposes action outside of the scope of the organization's object defined by the bylaws or corporate charter is out of order unless the assembly by a 2/3 vote authorizes its introduction. And this is, our bylaws are our policy. And this is outside of the scope of how we handle renaming. So until such time the policy is changed, I would ask for consideration of Article 10, subsection 5, located on page 113 of Robert's Rules, starting with line 10.
I would like to call a point of order. This motion has been seconded, and
Yes.
we are to discuss it as far as I know.
Yes, we've
motion-
asked for legal counsel. We will still continue to discuss the motion.
But
But-
most importantly, it has been indicated that this is somehow outside of the scope of our policy. I would like to understand how, please.
Okay, let me just grab the, I
Yeah.
kept all my stuff over there, so hold on one
Right,
moment.
right.
And for clarification, this is policy EG, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's on the list. It just didn't, the prioritization, yeah. It's been on the list for 2 years now, actually.
I hear that. Yeah, I just,
If I may, President Ellis, just address the council, if it may also be helpful. In Article 10 contained also on page 111, subsection of 1, motions that are not in order. I would also refer to, as perhaps even a stronger argument, subsection 1, no main motion is an order that conflicts with the corporate charter, constitution, bylaws, and to the extent that procedural rules applicable to the organization are prescribed, no main motion is an order that conflicts with such rules. Article 10, it's on my page 111, but it's under main motions that are not in order, line subsection 1, starting with line 4. In addition to the subsection 5 of the same article, starting with line 10. This came up while I was president one time with something, and so I had to dig into this particular aspect of parliamentary, and understanding it, it just seemed like it wasn't sinking. But I will honor whatever is decided upon, of course.
There's been a request for board council.
President Ellis, are we still live? Should we go on our
Yeah, can I ask,
Yes, sir.
so I can have an opportunity just to see how this is going to relate back to your actual policy making?
Mhm.
If I can have a brief recess so I can take a look at this.
Yes,
So I
so
can
we're
look at the two
reviewing
sections that were just
motion to
provided.
recess?
our policy making. policy. Yes, we are in recess. Be back shortly.
All right, we are back. I apologize. It's not very common that we have this many confounding legal questions or issues. We left off, there was a question, there's a motion on the table to add the name Sarah V. Jones to any renaming lists or naming lists of schools. And there was a question about whether this meets with current policy. And Ms. Jones, you have an answer for us?
Yes. So because this is not a mandate,
I think your mic.
Oh, do I have to?
Oh,
Oh,
it
it is.
is. I'm
Okay. I was
sorry.
gonna say it's green, so I thought it was on. Because this is not like a mandate that the committee or the board has to name the person or the school after Sarah V. Jones, just that the name be on the list. This would be appropriate to allow. So after speaking with Ms. Corkadell about what she thought was the issue under Section 10, it's not the same issue. The issue that she believed existed really doesn't exist, as far as it's not asking to change the policy or the regulation. It is just simply asking for a name that be considered however the policy is developed, the way it currently is or in the future. So this
Right. So
motion.
the motion is legally sound.
Correct. That was given by Miss Antwine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And, excuse me? Yeah, can we hear the motion again?
You need me to reread it, you're saying?
That would be great. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Antwine.
You guys have my heart fluttering over here, so bear with me. I move that the name Sarah V. Jones be perpetually listed as a possible name during any school naming or renaming process conducted by AACPS and the Board of Education until such time as the board may select that name for a school.
Okay, so we've heard the motion, and I believe we are on Mr. Silkworth.
I've thought about this, and I really do believe that based upon the decision that we made earlier to establish a committee to find ways to honor Sarah Jones, I really believe that I don't think that the motion is necessary, because I understand the intent from the motion maker. And I do believe that after listening to all of the comments and talking to many of you all, my colleagues, it's clear that we are going to find appropriate ways to honor Sarah Jones. So I don't really think that that this is necessary, because I think it's covered under that committee.
Mr. Smith?
No comment.
Ms. Schallheim?
I think I've spoken my piece. I'm in favor of this.
Ms. Frank?
I echo some of Mr. Silkworth's sentiments, but I also want to say I think that if we proceed with this motion, it's going to create some of the same problems, because if not my community, someone else's. And I think it's better to leave it to the people to decide and then let them have that choice. Additionally, there are other folks in education that have done great things in our community. Eris T. Allen was the first African-American board member. Frederick Douglass, who wrote books about education and slavery. There's a lot of contribution to be evaluated, and fixating on one name, I think, is a disservice to the community. So I agree with Ms. Schallheim's motion to let's get a committee together. Let's look at some options. But I would want to wait until then to start figuring out how we want to do things. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Yeah, I have, again, I understand the intent. I do have some concerns with getting so specific so quickly. I do think, duly noted as chair of the policy committee, that we clearly have some policy review to do. And I do think part of that, so I guess I feel this is putting a little bit the cart before the horse. Within the policy review, I would expect, obviously with the advice of Mr. Burns and Ms. Ortiz, that we would examine a different process of putting names forward generally, or a more involved process of putting names forward generally. And I too feel that to ask for a committee to be formed, but then to already have made this motion, this is somehow, in my mind, maybe incorrectly comprehended in the work of the committee. So that's my sense of this. So thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you, President Ellis. And thanks to my colleagues and such for bearing with me. And I think it speaks a little bit of truth to what Dr. Tobin was saying and why I was asking for further inquiry on this. Because sometimes when a policy's been around for such a long time, there's an in practice, and then there's, a need to revisit. And I think there may be opportunities to expand, not just for the purposes of Ms. Jones, but for perhaps seizing the opportunity for us to embrace more of our local history and our state's history as it relates to our students and the educational opportunities that things like commemorations and names can provide for them. Hearing Ms. Blessing talk about how much civics they learn just in that one little exercise. And I'm just thinking that, we want to nurture that and make it holistic. And in that interest, I'm going to just suggest maybe we revisit this after we've had a chance to update and modernize our policy, or even likewise, perhaps a little bit beforehand. The good news is that the motion maker and the chair are in agreement to that, and they both are on the same committee along with our president. So I'm pretty confident that we would be able to move forward, and I'm sure we'll all be supporting the review of it. But in the meantime, I think I think I'd rather not move forward with specificity at this time. It would seem to kind of diminish the free form intent that our process currently has if we were to decide to continue with it. And I want to make sure too that we are honoring and recognizing her in the proper way, and it doesn't inadvertently end up as a requirement, but rather as something to embrace, because I believe there's a difference in its intent and form. So, but I love the idea that we are starting to think about how we can improve our process and our policy. And this, although one example of many, as I think where I'm landing of concern with, that it's just addressing one. I think we've exposed the larger, and we need to own that in and of itself and then address it and follow through on it. So I'll be a no for this motion, but I'm definitely very supportive of us readdressing this and in its policy form.
First of all, I am fully in favor of naming any school Sarah V. Jones Elementary, Middle, or High School. If it comes before this board, if a community chooses that name, I will, without hesitation, vote for that name. That being said, I have two concerns. One, I said earlier that I would probably not support any other motions today on this topic, because I do feel that that's what the committee is for, that we have now voted for. And second, there's, I think, no, I can't think of anything bigger that a school community has the opportunity to do than to name their school
which again leads to the choosing of the mascot and the colors. It is very, very, very much a community event. And I don't believe this board should be imposing on that process. And even though the board is not saying you have to choose this name, no matter what name it is, we are imposing ourselves on that process. We are mandating that this community at least consider this name. And while this name is worthy of anyone's consideration, it's just not our process. So I do not support that. I mean, obviously, if it were a recommendation of the committee and it does come back to us, I will consider it further, but that's my initial feelings on it. So I will not be able to support this motion today. Ms. Antwine.
I am feeling as though the consensus, again, is a narrative that I think is outside of even our policy or the intention of the policy that has been in place and clearly worked since 1989. Again, I am not introducing this to dismiss the privilege and opportunity of any community to have a voice in renaming their school. But the reality is, each renaming that I have been able to find, Ms. Jones' name was on there. She just didn't warrant a lot of votes. So this was actually the reason I introduced this, on top of the very real truths of the fact that she shaped our current system to this day. That includes the standardizations of schools, that includes the PTA in our county, that includes the standard of encouraging and in some cases requiring our teachers to have both a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. This is the point of this. It is not, again, to dismiss policy or the community's opportunity to introduce recommendations to the board. Seeing that I did the count here of the 8 of us, and seeing that it's clear that it will not pass, I'd like to withdraw that particular motion and make this other one, please. Okay, thank you. My final motion is I move that the superintendent review and report back to the board on the feasibility of including in our school curriculums units on the history of the public schools in Anne Arundel County, including but not limited to the legacies of segregation, desegregation, court cases, and key figures such as Miss Sarah V. Jones, Dr. George Fox, Philip Brown, and others.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Silkworth,
No comment.
Mr. Smith.
I think that this motion should be relatively easy to accomplish because Dr. Law, I know there's a local history committee, correct?
There is, yes. The work is been ongoing. It's a joint effort with the Social Studies Department, our Social Studies Department, and the Office of Equity. They've been engaging a number of community groups and researching local history, particularly the contributions of those significant persons of color. They have built a website that will go live for the next school year, for this upcoming school year. It will be a student and teacher-facing website about the local history of Anne Arundel County, those key contributors, as well as resources that students and teachers can use in their classrooms and in their research.
Great, because yeah, and just shout out to Miss West because I know she's leading the committee into very exciting work, and I think wherever we can put local history in the curriculum really just benefits us all. Just a fun fact: there was at one point a Ralph J. Bunch Elementary School in Anne Arundel County. Ralph J. Bunch, first African American to win the Nobel Peace Prize. So just interesting history all around, not just from Black perspective, but just from a American history perspective. We got a lot of heroes at the local level, so I'm in support of this.
Dr. Arlotto, hearing the motion, how do you feel this impacts that work that's being done? And is this an enhancement? Is this of any concern?
I don't believe it's either an enhancement or a concern. It's ongoing. It's something this board has discussed. My team has had an ongoing discussion for some time now about local, not just local history, but part of what Ms. Antwine in her motion mentions, not just the role of African Americans in education, but the impact of segregation, the impact of Brown versus Board of Education, and light court cases, and that's all included in some of the curriculum that already exists, and that's increasing under the leadership of Miss Eve Case. She was one of the members of the renaming research committee for George Fox. She is our coordinator of social studies, and she's leading much of that charge along with Dr. Gillens.
Ms. Shaw, I'm sorry. I'm
You
I'm
went,
asleep.
yeah.
I did. I'm just like, I'm not.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I'm definitely in support of this motion. I loved hearing the work of the committee whose work is ongoing, as Dr. Lotto just said, with the website and ways to continually weave in this county's rich history into curriculum. I think is wonderful. I'm not from here. I'm not a native Marylander. I'm a native Californian, Southern Californian, and I don't know the history of the town that I come from, and just in the short time, the years I've lived here in Maryland, um, I've learned more about this place than in its history than I knew about my hometown. I think it's wonderful. There's so many sort of, again, need to use the phrase hidden figures that make this place this place's history is so rich and wonderful, and our students should know it, the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. And so I'm excited to hear about the committee's ongoing work, and I'm definitely in support of this motion. Thank you.
Ms. Frank, no. Dr. Tobin?
Yes, I'm very much in support of this motion, and I will add that I'm a strong proponent of especially young children learning about their local history first. I think there's good research I'm aware of that when children begin with that which is concretely available to them, close to them, that's what sticks initially. And so it enhances the learning of every child to understand their local history first. And in this case, the incredibly complex and diverse history of this county and this school system, I think merits that kind of focus. So I thank Ms. Antwine for bringing this, and I thank the staff and Dr. Arlotto for the work that's ongoing, and I very much look forward to hearing more about it. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. And Dr. Arlotto, it is good to know in this moment that work is ongoing. I found that I own 4 active library cards as a veteran, and I was unable to use any of the catalog sources to find information on Miss Sarah V. Jones that I would determine as scholarly. And when I reached out to others that I trusted in the community to understand the history of Anne Arundel County, I got pretty much the same response, a response nonetheless, but the information was limited, which concerned me. And then as a parent of a student who graduated from Anne Arundel County Public Schools, I went to him as well. And what did you learn? And he's coming from a household where if there's a museum on history, not just African American history, he has visited it. And we have traveled physically to the places that he was learning about through our ventures. But he could not share with me whether or not he ever learned about his local Anne Arundel County history in public education. And that was a lot to do with the conjuring of this particular motion. In consideration of the time, the only other thing I would like to say to Miss Amaya Mandarin, your boldness, I want you to recognize the steps that you took and the difference it made. Thank you very much for that. That's all, President Ellis. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Howell?
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Are we done with item 7.01? All righty. We are on section 6. Do I hear?
President
Motion
Ellis.
to bundle.
Second.
Great. Award of contracts, Dr. Arlotto. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have consensus on the motion to bundle? No dissent. Thank you, Ms. Schallheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend that the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts as listed on today's agenda, 6.01 through 6.20.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Silkworth, do you have anything?
No comment.
Mr. Smith?
I think I have a few motions that might need
Yeah.
legal advice. No, I don't have anything.
As Claude runs out the door, Ms. Jones. Ms. Schallheim.
Only to say it looks like there's some well, I read all of them, but like some great work happening, some progress at Hillsmere and other places. So bring it. Let's vote.
Ms. Frank, Dr. Tobin?
Thrilled to see the word Hillsmere over and over again. Thank you very much.
Ms. Antwine?
Nothing. Thank you.
Nothing. I got nothing, so let's vote. Ms. Howell?
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin, Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, item 7.02, personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto?
Those are listed for your information, and they are all lateral moves.
Oh, right. So no action needed by the board. Item 7.03.
President Ellis. Motion to bundles item 7.0, I guess 4 to 7.06.
Dr. Arlotto, is there any sort of presentation by the Food and Nutrition Services?
There is not, but we have staff available to answer questions.
Okay. Yep, we're on 7.03 right now. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. I recommend the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any, I think we vote. Ms. Howell?
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
oh, Ms. Corkadell,
I'm here. Sorry, I had to step away for an emergency. Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Smith, you were offering a motion?
Motion to bundle items 7.04 to 7.06.
So moved. Or
Oh,
second?
All righty.
Whatever. Third?
Do I have consensus?
Sure.
Okay.
I do have a question though.
Okay, Dr. Arlotto. Item 7.04 to 7.06.
Thank you, Madam President. Because these are unrelated, I'll have to go through each one. I recommend that there is no increase in the food nutrition service pricing for the 2021-2022 school year. I recommend. Thank you for the applause. Oh, that was for Miss Reese.
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry. That was for Miss Reese. Yes.
Absolutely.
I recommend approval of the Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions at Brockbridge Elementary School. Thank you. Just waiting for the applause. Thank you, Mr. Shaknovich.
Oh,
So
good
well
God.
deserved. Likewise, on behalf of Mr. Shaknovich, I recommend approval of the Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions at the Old Mill Complex.
Standing ovation.
Y'all, this will be on video forever. Forever.
Okay, any board discussion, questions, Mr. Silkworth? Mr. Smith? Ms. Schallheim?
Just a comment to Miss Reese and her team. You are a magician. Thank you for all the wonderful work you do every single day, and to all the food and nutrition services staff. And thank you for being here this evening to hear me say that. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
I also want to say thank you guys. I know it's been a long day and you guys have been waiting, and not only did you show up ready to answer questions, you're in great spirits, you got a great attitude, and you're making it fun at the end. So I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Yes, I'd like to add my thanks. I mean, I don't want to have Mr. Sheknovich feel left out, but Ms. Reese, thank you so much. And I was amazed when I read this was the 7th year with no increase, and that's just phenomenal. Yes. That speaks to, I mean, please come manage my household budget, but thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
I know that behind these two wonderful folks is a team, and so please extend on my behalf at least, and perhaps the board as well, the greatest appreciation. I mean, what you guys do is food insecurity affects so much at a quantum level for our students and for our families to make good decisions, to even have that ability, their health, their well-being. And I know you guys do it out of that love. And so sincere thank you. And of course, it's always good to hear that we are being good stewards of our land and preserving and keeping in conservation as much as possible. Although something tells me some of this has to do with some of our projects. In addition, thank you.
And I must offer my thanks too. It's been especially an amazing year for food and nutrition services and what you've done. So thank you. Please extend our thanks to everyone. Okay, Ms. Howell?
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadow,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Item 8.01, award of contracts. This is a review item. Do any board members have any questions? And so what date is it? Our next general board meeting will be Wednesday, May 19th at 6 p.m. Policy Committee will meet again on June 1st at 3:30, and Budget Committee May 18th at 3:30, Equity Committee May 12th at 6 p.m. Those committee meetings will be virtual. Do I hear a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Consensus?
Absolutely.
We are